Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks to everyone for being here. And thanks so much for your patience and flexibility in the last meeting too. I know that it was new for all of us, and I think that we kind of moved as smoothly as we possibly could. I'm going to talk about a couple of logistics before we do introductions, the minute approval, and reports. I'm assuming that Ramona and Dr. Cherry have reports to give us. This meeting is being live streamed to the public via YouTube. And I think Jen gave us some information about how that's working and how public commentary can be provided through email or written commentary. So the public will not be able to comment in the fashion in which we normally have that, but Matt has informed us that if some comments are put in the YouTube stream, that he can share them with us in the chat room, which is great. So the meeting is being recorded as well, including the video component, which is great. And so beyond the committee members here, the only other people in the Zoom meeting are staff or people giving presentations, as well as Matt Zaire from the department's marketing, and he'll be helping us with any kind of like technological issues. He was super helpful the last time in our meeting. As with the last meeting that we had, if we have any kind of significant tech issues where we lose somebody or we lose our connection, we'll kind of assess what we'll do, whether or not we want to sort of break early for lunch or have people sign off and sign back on. And I will try to communicate through the chat room with people about what's going on. And I know that the staff was really helpful in doing that as well. And I think the last time we did break early for lunch because of a tech issue, and Jen even sent an email heads up. So either myself or one of the staff will send an email to everybody if we break, because if you lose the connection, we don't know if you've seen what's going on in the chat room. And what else? Oh, I think the chat room was pretty useful the last time as well, that if people have a not great audio or video connection and want to pose a question or comment, or it was really great that people could share resources the last time through the chat room. So I guess that's one of the benefits of having the virtual meeting in this way. And so please do so if you feel so inclined to use the chat room, and I'll try and sort of monitor it during our meeting as well. Just as a reminder about our conflict of interest policy, please disclose anything now. If you have any conflicts of interest with any of the presentations, any of the properties, so that we make sure that we maintain quorum for the discussion, because you'll have to recuse yourself from the discussion. Terry Russ has already informed us that she'll need to recuse herself from the Nancy Jones property discussion, because she conducted the survey and wrote the report. So please mute yourselves during our meeting unless you're presenting or posing a question. It helps with addressing like feedback, but it also can help with a poor connection too. So, and then how voting will work. We decided that we're small enough that I don't think we don't need to do a roll call vote. So unless there are any no votes or abstentions, we'll just we'll vote the way that we normally vote in live meetings, and it'll just take us a moment to record if there are any abstentions or no votes. Sarah, does that sound good?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to anyone who's not voting yes, I just need to take a minute and make sure I record that.
Great, thanks. And on that note, in terms of voting too, we'll do what we have done in live meetings as well, where we'll vote after staff has given like all of their presentations. And so we'll sort of vote as a series unless there are properties that there's going to be a significant amount of discussion, or if we're worried about any kind of confusion, which is what we usually do in our live meetings anyways. Staff will often inform us about that ahead of time. I'm hoping we can get through the set of the National Register properties before lunch. So get through everything up to the study list before lunch, but we'll kind of reassess around noon. We were on like a really good roll last time and then had a tech issue the last time. So we'll just sort of see how things are going. And I think ideally when we do break for lunch, rather than leaving the Zoom meeting or leaving the program, if you can just turn off your video and turn off your sound, just mute yourselves. That's the best thing if you can do that.
Alicia?
Yes.
I was just wanted to point out back to your last comment about voting in blocks. It would probably be wise to take a vote after Hannah's Lebanon Hill Historic District, because the one after that is the one that Terry has to recuse herself. So probably good to get a vote before she leaves on all the other ones.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, that's a good plan. Thank you.
While we're on the topic of recusing, do I just walk away? How do I know when to come back?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
I can kill the mic, I guess, and y'all could just maybe wave at me when I can come back. And I'll just,
yeah, or I could send you a text message.
oh yeah, that's good.
Do you want to send? Why don't you send me your number in the chat room so you're not like.
Not that I don't want it on YouTube, but.
And is it the case that the public cannot see what's going on in the chat room? Is that the case?
That is true, Dr. McGill.
That's
however, I would just encourage everyone to recognize the chat is a public record still, and there shouldn't be any discussions going on in the chat that need to be stated in the public, because this is a public meeting. So
yeah.
the chat is more, I would say, for logistical purposes, like for example, that Terry Russ, you can come back because you have stepped away from a recusal.
Gotcha.
We do virtually. Matt Zayer is giving us technical information, but there shouldn't be, and I know you wouldn't do this, but just to state it for the public, that is not a place for us to have a side conversation. Those conversations needs to happen here via Zoom live.
Right. Thank you for that clarification and reminder. Yeah, and if a question comes up from any of the committee members who maybe don't have a great connection in the chat room, I will repeat that question to everybody. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Terry, then maybe email me your phone number. Great, thanks. And then I'll both send you a message in the chat, but I'll also send you a text about coming back. And let's see what else I want to. I would like to probably have us take a break at some point in the morning and some before lunch and some point after lunch, just like a short 5-minute break. As we all know, Zoom fatigue is real. And so I think it might be nice if people need to use the restroom or just stand up and walk around. So maybe if someone could remind me to do so though. And I'll probably try and have the morning one around like 11:15. And I think the only other sort of logistical thing before we go into some introductions is that the Brooklyn McCrory Branch YMCA, which was on the study list for consideration, it's listed on the agenda. It will not be presented today. And my understanding is that we were not able to get interior photos of the property. And so there are some questions left unanswered about integrity in the interior space. So I think that's it for sort of announcements and logistics. I'll have us do introductions. I think most of us are familiar with each other, but I think it's worthwhile to do intros. We do that anyway in our live meetings. and we'll start with the committee members, and then we'll go into approval of the minutes and the reports. So I guess I'll start. I'm Alicia McGill. I'm faculty in the Department of History at NC State, and I contribute to our public history master's and PhD programs. Love these meetings, and I'm bummed that we're not able to connect in person, but we have some really exciting properties today. We always do. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. And I guess maybe I'll just call on people to introduce themselves, because that might be easier. And I'm looking at my list of, all right, so we'll have David Bergstone.
I'm David Bergstone, Director of State Foundation, Architectural Historian and Historic Preservationist.
Great, thank you, David. It was a little bit hard to hear you, so you might want to turn up your volume a little bit in the future, but thank you. All right, we will move on to Fred Belladin.
Good morning, my name is Fred Belladin. I am an architect with Clearscapes. We do a lot of historic preservation and tax credit work, and I've also served with Preservation North Carolina and the Raleigh Historic Development Commission in the past. And I'm excited to be here again for my second meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Fred. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge is the next committee member in my list of participants.
Hi, everyone. As Dr. McGill said, I am Kristen Baldwin Dethridge. I teach public history and historic preservation at Appalachian State in Boone, in the western part of the state. And I also have a master's degree in archaeology.
Thanks, Kristen. Mary Lynn Bryan. You're muted, Mary Lynn. We can't.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Mary Lynn Bryan, and I'm a longtime volunteer in the cause of public history. I live in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. See, Terry Russ is next in my list here.
Hey, I'm Terry Russ. I'm a contract archaeologist out of Raleigh.
Great, thanks, Terry. Valerie Ann Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Valerie Ann Johnson. I'm Dean of the School of Arts, Sciences, and Humanities at Shaw University. Been here since January. I am an anthropologist, and I serve on the Historic Commission, and I chair the North Carolina African American Heritage Commission, and also serve with Fred on the board for Preservation North Carolina.
Thank you. And David Denard.
Good morning. I am, as you indicated, David Denard, recently retired history professor at East Carolina University. I also serve on the North Carolina Historical Commission, and I'm chair of the African American Advisory Committee at Tryon Palace.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Denard. And Matt Jorgensen.
Hi, good morning. I'm Matt Jorgensen, and I am an archaeologist, and I live here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Great, thanks, Matt. And Dr. Holmes Brothers is, she'll be arriving a little bit late, so I'll probably ask her to introduce herself at some point this morning. And so now I think we've done all of the committee members. And I guess I'll just go across my screen with everybody else. So Ramona.
Good morning. This is Ramona Bartos. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Glad to see you all.
Thanks. Annie.
Hey everyone, Annie McDonald. I'm a preservation specialist in the Asheville office covering our 25 county Western region.
Great, thanks. Hannah Beckman.
Morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the Survey and National Register Specialist in the Raleigh office for the Historic Preservation Office.
Sarah.
I'm Sarah David. I'm the branch supervisor for the Survey and National Register branch. And we have two other folks, Heather Slane and Heather Fernbach, who are showing up on your Zoom, but they are probably not actually here right now. And Beth can introduce them when we get to them.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Kevin Cherry.
Hello, I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Department and the State Historic Preservation Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Beth King.
Good morning, I'm Beth King. I'm the Architectural Survey Coordinator in the State Historic Preservation Office based in Raleigh.
Jen Rose. Jen, do you hear me?
Good morning. I'm Jen Rose. I'm the National Register Coordinator at the State Historic Preservation Office, working on the Raleigh office.
Thanks. Mary Beth.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Fitz. I'm an assistant state archaeologist with the Office of State Archaeology.
Thanks. John.
Good morning, I'm John Wood. I'm a restoration preservation specialist for the State Historic Preservation Office based in our regional field office in Greenville.
And Scott.
Scott Power, HPO Greenville.
Great, thanks. And Matt, I'll have you introduce yourself too, since you're here with us. Maybe.
I don't unmute. I'm Matt Zaire. I'm just a videographer technician with the DNCR marketing office, and I'm helping stream out the meeting today.
Great, thanks, Matt. So I think that's everybody here. So I'll move on to the minutes. Are there any questions or corrections to the minutes from our August meeting? No? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
David Denard, I move approval.
Great. Is there a second?
Matt Jorgensen, second.
Thank you, Matt. All right, now we need to vote on the minutes. So all those in favor of approving the minutes, I guess unmute yourselves and say aye.
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 Any? Thank you. Any opposed? All right, great. The minutes are approved. So we'll move on to our reports from Ramona and Kevin.
All right, I will give the report from the Office of Archives and History, except for the Historic Preservation Office report, which Ramona will give. And we have a lot going on, so I'm going to stick to the high level activities. All of our institutions now are open and running except for the Historic Preservation File Room, the State Archives, the Executive Mansion, and the State Capitol. We are working on plans for how we open the public facilities at 109 East Jones Street, the State Library State Archives building. And we're working with the Department of Health and Human Services to do that. That's primarily because this building is also an administrative building, as well as having public facing search rooms. So that puts a little bit of a twist in how we open this building. Our visitation across all of our places picking up, which is a good thing, especially at our maritime museums. I think with everybody teleworking and they're being able to go to school from home, that why not move to a beach house with a high-speed connection? And I think that's what's happening right now. People are expanding the beach season in North Carolina. One of the reasons why it's good that our visitation is starting to pick up is because our department is dependent upon receipts. Across the whole department, not just history, we have to raise approximately $64 million a year to supplement our appropriations every year. And that's done through rentals and ticket sales and everything else you can think of. Of course, if you're not open, you have a hard time making those receipts. So it's good to be open and people to be visiting again. But even so, with people coming back, it's going to be a tight year. We probably will not make our $64 million receipt level that it generally takes to run the department. We did receive federal grant funds granted to us by the legislature to some of our private nonprofits associated with our institutions, and that is a good thing. So the Roanoke Island Historical Association, which is the governing body for the Lost Colony, received funding. The Museum of History Foundation receives some funding. The Tryon Palace Foundation received funding, and the North Carolina Transportation Museum Foundation received funding. But they have to spend this funding by the end of this year, this budget year, and it's highly restricted in what they can spend it on. So we're happy to have this money, but it's not going to solve our fiscal difficulties completely. We have now more online services than our department and our history units especially have ever provided, and that is a good thing that has grown out of the COVID crisis for us. We have a beach music exhibit that has gone up at the Museum of History. You should come see it. Tryon Palace sponsored a USCT symposium, which was very successful. It's been recorded, and people can now watch it at their leisure. The Academy at Tryon Palace, the oldest school building in the state, is being restored. We're in the third phase of that restoration. Our publications unit has started an online interview program with authors of articles to the North Carolina Historical Review and to our books. So it's almost like the history portion of C-SPAN, and it's really, really interesting. We have started pulling artifacts from the Golden Franks house. Golden Franks was one of the civil rights leaders of the state of North Carolina. We're doing preservation activities on those items that we're pulling out. That started on Monday of this week. We're going great guns on that, doing inventory and initial preservation work. We recently started a Singing on the Land, where we recorded musicians from North Carolina at state historic sites, and we're running that online. Let's see, what else have we done here? I recently took a tour of the historical village at the North Carolina Civil War and Reconstruction History Center that's going to be developed in Fayetteville. And those are 3 historic buildings that have been totally renovated, moved together so that they can be preserved, and they have been outfitted with top-of-the-line teaching equipment that can then be streamed out across the state. So it is just fascinating to see, a wonderful thing, and made possible through the leadership of Mary Lynn Bryan. So we should thank her for all of her leadership on that project. The restoration on the hull of the battleship is going great guns. So that is going very well. And yesterday,
Dr. Cherry, your audio cut out. Can everyone else hear? Okay.
Matt, should we continue maybe with Ramona's report and see if we can get Dr. Cherry's audio back?
Okay, I'll message him and. Okay,
Here I am.
Okay, great.
So where did I cut out? What was I last saying? It doesn't. I don't want the last bit to be missed. Can everybody hear me?
Battleship. The battleship.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the battleship, yeah.
So we have the restoration of the hull of the battleship is going great guns. Full speed ahead on that project. And then finally, I want to end with noting that there was groundbreaking yesterday for the North Carolina Freedom Park, which will be a park that will link the executive mansion, the governor's mansion, to the legislative building. And it will be a park dedicated to telling the story of African Americans' contributions to the state of North Carolina. It's a wonderful thing, and with the beacon of freedom in the middle, it's going to be excellent. So that's my report.
Great, thank you, Dr. Cherry. Go ahead, Ramona, we are ready for you.
Thank you, Dr. McGill, and good morning to everyone again. I'm really excited to be with you. Our staff is excited to be here. This is for the public's benefit. This is the third of our 3 meetings that we have through the year. We were a little handicapped by the COVID situation because of public meetings not being able to happen in the spring with our local government partners. So I want to really commend my colleagues in the Survey and National Register branch for just what an extraordinary job they have done to grapple with sort of the curveballs that have been sent our way by the pandemic situation. So we postponed our June meeting to August. And so another big shout out of commendation is they have come out of August, and here we are in October, which for all of those of you watching and just participating as committee members might not seem like a big deal, but for them it's a big deal because they had to do all the closeout from August and then simultaneously get ready for October. So I think you all appreciate that, but I want that to be on the record of what a fine job they have done. Dr. Cherry mentioned that the file rooms remain closed to the public in person for the architectural survey program. We have, more than 120,000 files that then inform our work getting towards the National Register. But again, I want to commend that particular section of the Survey and National Register branch because we have been able to continue to serve the public through a lot of digitization. The same is true of the Office of State Archaeology. So again, we have pivoted to continue to serve our public, to serve our constituents, despite the restrictions on public entry into 109 East Jones Street. The other thing that I'll mention is there's lots going on in the State Historic Preservation Office, but in the interest of time, I'll just focus on one. And several of you who are on the committee who also served on the North Carolina Historical Commission, I want to thank you for your participation in the vetting of subgrants for the $17 million, total $17 million hurricane recovery program that we are working on in collaboration with the National Park Service. This was a congressional appropriation. Of that 17 million, 9.2 were earmarked for constituent subgrants. And as of September 30th, we had a historical commission meeting that vetted these out right at the end of September. Dr. Cherry, as the State Historic Preservation Officer, received those recommendations from the Historical Commission. And we then, as the State Historic Preservation Office, at his direction, submitted 22 subgrant proposals at the end of last month to the National Park Service. Many of those are bricks and mortar projects for either National Register listed or eligible properties. But I do want to flag several survey projects that may yield some benefit. I think they very much will, but you'll be seeing those, probably the fruits of those labors. 6 architectural surveys we have put forward, and I really want to thank Beth King and her colleagues for coming up with this list. These are counties that we do not have comprehensive architectural surveys. They were counties that were impacted by either Hurricane Florence or Hurricane Michael. And those are Hoke, which is down Dr. Bryan's way, McDowell out in the west, Montgomery in central part of North Carolina, Person and Vance to our north, and then Polk County, again, back down towards the southwest. So we're really excited about those. We have until 2023 to get those underway. So Beth is well aware of what her program will be for the next couple of years, working on these countywide surveys. We also have two subgrant proposals for architectural surveys. We're waiting to hear back from the Park Service on those. One is for the unincorporated areas of Cumberland County, which is a metropolitan county, I would say, and undergoing a lot of development pressures. And also the town of Mount Pleasant in Cabarrus County, which has had a lot of preservation activity through tax credits recently. They would like to see what else in town is available for National Register listing. They have several districts already. We also have two archaeological surveys that we've put forth. One is a coastal cemetery survey, because as you know, erosion and coastal cemeteries are not simpatico to one another. And then also coastal shorescape, which will help us figure out what the hurricanes have done to our shorelines and those cultural resources that are of an archaeological nature. So again, I just want to thank all of my colleagues, both in the State Historic Preservation Office and the Office of State Archaeology, because this has been a huge lift. We've had to staff up with some folks to help with this huge project. And we're really looking forward to what lemonade we can make out of the lemons of hurricanes that come and create a lot of havoc. But we're hopeful there will be a lot of preservation bonuses from this money and this recovery.
Great. Thank you, Ramona and Dr. Cherry. I honestly don't remember if we take any time for questions about the reports.
I'll be happy to take questions if anyone has any.
Any questions or comments? I've been really impressed with everything that all of the branches are doing and the preservation office. And so nice work. Thank you.
I have one question. Hello? I have one question for Cherry. Can you hear me?
I can, certainly.
Oh, okay. I wanted to know, you said, you mentioned the 64 million receipt fund needed to run all of the operations, and you said we probably wouldn't make that this year. What kind of projections do you foresee the time in which we will make that? Do you see any road to normalcy, if I can use that word, where we'll get back to pre-COVID-19 operations?
Well, I think that we would have to see COVID somehow addressed in a to make our places even more safe than they currently are. That would maybe be a vaccine or other treatments, that sort of thing. We're doing the best that we can under the restrictions that we have. And I think that our restrictions and our precautions make our places as safe as they possibly can be. But there's always, with this virus, there's always a little risk when you're around other people, no matter how safe you're trying to be. And so that has cut down on visitation to all sorts of places, not just museums and historic sites and other places like that. Now, state parks visitation is going through the roof. They're having more visitors than they've ever had because being outside and away from people is a type of recreation that is considered relatively safe. But we don't know. Now, the way we addressed our shortfall last year is we started cutting any and all expenses that we could last year. We're going to continue that. We're still doing that. We stopped funding temporary positions for a number of months in the spring. We are still cut back a good bit on temporary positions now, but a lot of our places need temporary staff to operate, because those are the individuals who sell tickets and clean sites and do all of that to make them available to the public. But we also received federal funds to cover certain expenses related to health and safety. And we expect to continue to receive those funds at least through the end of December of this year. Of course, all of us have our fingers crossed for another injection of federal funds to state and local government that will allow us to do the same kind of backfilling in the spring. Let's hope that we find a way to address the virus as soon as possible.
Okay, one last minor question. Do we have any aggregate number at this point on the number of COVID cases that would involve staff persons at the various sites?
I don't know of. I'm sure our Human Resources Office is tracking that. I don't know if that is being a health situation. I don't know if we can release specific information. Just generally, we probably have a handful of positive cases across our entire department, which is pretty good. You know, any one person becoming positive is a bad thing, but given the contact with the public and the number of employees we have, I think we have a pretty good record right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your questions, Dr. Denard. Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Well, I see that Dr. Holmes Brothers has joined us. And so before we start with the presentation, since we haven't of the properties, I thought I would ask her to introduce herself to everybody.
Good morning, everyone. As for my tardiness, I actually lead a staff meeting every Thursday. But I'm always committed to being a part of the council. So wanted to make sure that I signed in. Today, I am Tamara Holmes Brothers and the Deputy Director for the North Carolina Arts Council.
Great, thanks, Tamara. So I think we are ready to move on to the presentations of the properties. And I think on my list here, I have Scott first.
Okay, let me get this, see if we can get this going here. Can everybody see the screen? Okay. Okay, the first property up today is the Winton Historic District. Winton is located in Hertford County. And the town of Winton was established in 1766 as the county seat of Hertford County. It's located on the south bank of the Chowan River, and if you've ever been there, it's on a high bluff. You can kind of see that coming from the north-south across the Chowan River. And as you might have heard, Winton was burned by federal troops on the 20th of February in 1862. It was the first North Carolina town that was burned by Union forces during the Civil War. And it was the only one that was, as they say, completely burned. In other words, they burned every standing structure in the town. And you can get, that was an image of it. Here's an image of Foster's, General Foster's people disembarking there on the banks. And you can kind of see from this image, the high banks that are there on the south side of the Chowan River. So what you're going to see today is the post-war architecture of the town, which attests to the Victorian era affluence of Winton. Even though today, with the relocation of the seat of county government activity outside the town, its previous prominence has waned, and I said in recent years, but maybe even in recent decades. And once they had Highway 13, bypass the town again, its prominence has declined somewhat. The historic district includes mainly residential buildings, but it does pick up the remaining commercial, institutional, and governmental resources, including the previously listed C.S. Brown School Auditorium, that's on the National Register, and Seven Gables, which is a fashionable large Queen Anne style residence. I'll show you in just a second. This is the map. Let me see if I can roll back. This is really the true orientation. So the town actually is oriented toward the river in sort of a northeasterly fashion. And this is a USGS map that shows it. And you can see how it's nicely clustered. And you can see Highway 13, which again bypasses it to the west and the north. In order for you to really get a sense of the district, I felt like I had to orient it horizontally so that you could see it a little bit better. So you can see the Chowan River to the right. You can see that it's predominantly a linear historic district, centered mainly on Main Street, North and South Main Street, and then also King Street to the north, and this it would be to the west. And then North Mercury Street to the southern portion, and this would be to the east if it was the correct orientation. You can see down here at the bottom, this is the cluster of educational buildings that comprise the C.S. Brown School Complex. Up to the north, and I've got, let me see if I can minimize you thumbnail folks for just a second. Up here to this end of the district, you'll see the governmental complex, where the county complex was and still are used as county buildings, just not the county courthouse anymore. And then down Main Street, you'll see a cluster of commercial buildings interspersed with some residential. And then mainly to the southern part of Main Street, you see predominantly residential. And then on these back streets of King and Murphy, you see predominantly residential buildings. This again is what we refer to as Seven Gables. It was also previously listed in the National Register, and really kind of illustrates that great, late 19th century Victorian prominence that the town really came back strong after the Civil War. And I'm just going to run through a series of slides showing you some of these, the residential portions, and then I'll show you some of the educational, governmental, and then tie up with the commercial. They're really nice houses. They present a variety of styles, from the Queen Anne, which we just saw in Seven Gables, to these were really reserved. Sometimes you can call them no more than just sort of vernacular expressions of Victorian era design. Some of them have Gothic features. Some of them have just, predominantly cut out decorative work on them, like in the gable of this building. You see a lot of two-story houses that are embellished with porches that have nice sawn work on them. And there's really a bunch of these left in the town. So you can tell these were prominent buildings. They were well articulated. Here's one, of course, the porch has been lost on the porch flooring has been lost. Another one really nicely detailed. You'll even see some one-story buildings, but on that main drag, you have really predominantly two-story buildings. That was the fashionable street to live on. But we have some of these nice little Victorian era one-story buildings on some of the back streets. I think this one is on King Street. And then by the very late 19th, the early 20th century, you start seeing transitions to buildings that have more colonial revival elements on them. A lot of these little, hip roof buildings that the form is kind of transitional from really all of these styles, from the colonial revival to arts and crafts bungalows, and the same thing. There was somebody in this town in the early 20th century that had one of those rusticated concrete block making machines, because there are several houses and then there are several commercial buildings that are done out of these rusticated concrete block, which is kind of interesting. Southern colonial revival, these big ones that had the big projecting porch and then the recessed porch that runs full width behind it. You see a couple of those. And then on those back streets, and then occasionally interspersed on the main street, you see these little hip roof cottages that are probably from the 1910s and 20s. Again, some nice but very typical bungalows. And then some relatively nondescript, same time period as bungalows, buildings that, you know, have, like this one does, has that nice little exposed rafters, and it also has a nice little portico over the front that also has exposed rafters to it. Just nice little simple elements. And there are some buildings in this town that are nice and were, you know, probably, this one's probably one that was vacant, had a tree fall on it, nothing's happened to it. As you can imagine, the property price is relatively low here. So it takes a little bit for properties like this to be resurrected. Then by mid-century, post-World War II era, you start seeing these little simple, what we call minimal traditional houses that will have some small aspect of, like in this case, the little portico front, classical element to it. By the 50s, you start seeing ranch style houses. Some of the earlier ones will still hang on to some of those colonial revival elements, like the nice bay window here. And then by the time you get to the, you know, late 50s and early 60s, they have almost no ornamentation whatsoever. And these are just some streetscapes that sort of show these interspersed houses that date from that, you know, post-Civil War period all the way up to the, you know, 1920s and 30s. Bungalows, little one that has twin gables on the front, and then beyond that, a two-story outhouse with a nice decorated porch. There are several, I think at least 3 churches in the district. This one is on off of Mercury Street. Off of that, it's on a separate street, but it was an Episcopal church, and now it services a local lodge building. That's just a nice, simple little sort of Gothic revival frame building. And then the Winton Methodist Episcopal Church South, which is on the main street, which now serves as the Meherrin Native American. It's a Native American church, but I think it really acts more as a museum. And I think in more recent years, it's either become defunct or at least inactive, but just a nice, simple little colonial revival church. There are several cemeteries throughout the town, some of them family cemeteries, some of them connected to the churches. This one having a nice enclosure to it, a wall around it with some very early stones in there, as you can see from the configuration of the stones. So what we just saw really illustrates the first area of significance that makes Winton important, which is criterion C for architecture. But also the district is significant at criterion B for Black ethnic heritage through the association with Calvin Scott Brown. And if you know anything about education in Northeastern North Carolina, you'll know that he was one of North Carolina's best known African-American educators and religious leaders from the late 19th into the early 20th century. This is the C.S. Brown School Auditorium building. It's previously listed in the register, built in 1926, I believe. And it sits on an active school campus. Here is the high school for the African-American community, built, I believe, around 1941-42. And it has off to the right a typical 1950s gym building. I believe a cafeteria building as well. But this is an active school site. Most of the school activity happens in newer buildings that are built in the last 15 to 20 years. And actually behind this building, there is a 1950s one-story classroom building that has been modified with a different type of roof on it. So this actually shows the more active complex. And then finally, the district is also significant for criterion A for both commerce and politics and government, as a commercial hub for area farmers and as the county seat of government. As I said, the county several years ago, probably about 5 to 7 years ago, went outside of the town in the county and built a new big complex of buildings for their governmental activity. But these were the ones that had been built in town in the mid 20th century. And they're nice little cluster of buildings done in that sort of one story, you know, as I've said many times, sort of lowbrow modernist looking designs. This one's a little bit better because it was designed by John Rowland out of Kinston, who had the predecessor firm to a really well-known Eastern North Carolina modernist architect named Mitchell Wooten. And so he picked up the firm after Mitchell Wooten died, and he had worked for Mitchell Wooten, and he designed these buildings. And you can see them, they're just kind of flat roof buildings, lots of large windows in them. Here's the health department on one side of that building. Another annex to the courthouse, which is across the street, which I think dates a little bit later into the 60s. This is adjacent to that building. This is an earlier building, probably dating from the late 40s, early 50s. It's now serves as the Board of Education. I'm not, the Board of Elections. I'm not sure what it would have served originally, but probably some governmental function, because it's right there where most of those governmental buildings are. It's right adjacent to them. In terms of the commercial buildings, they actually have a number of them left. They have some frame and some brick buildings left. This is a commercial building that also at one point housed the post office in town, which probably was in a number of different buildings through the course of history. But this was one of the places that did house that. Now it's, there's a local family there that had kind of turned it into a post office museum. That family is somewhat removed from the town now, so I'm not sure how active this museum is. But right adjacent to this is the really nice little modernist 1961-62 U.S. Post Office building, in a design that we see in a whole lot of these little towns across Eastern North Carolina, really probably across the state, because of course they were designed by federal architects. So, I mean, this is almost identical to the one that was in Colerain, a district we looked at last year. This is kind of the remaining cluster of commercial buildings in the downtown area. You can see some one-story to the right, some two-story to the left. I'll draw your eye to the one that's done out of the concrete block in the middle. Unfortunately, during the course of the survey, it set between these two little small one-story buildings was demolished. This was a previous bank building to the left. So they did lose one. Like I said, there's several frame buildings, all of them, you know, with varying degrees of integrity. This one's pretty good, except has a vinyl on the front. Two that are further up the street, kind of intermixed with some of the residential. Of course, unfortunately, the one to the right is absolutely nothing fancy anymore. So that'd be a non-contributing property. The one to the left, I think, was contributing, maintains most of its integrity. Another one of those little rusticated concrete block buildings, commercial buildings, which is now a cafe. And then adjacent to that on the street is what we all remember is very typical 1950s, 60s automobile repair, and likely a gasoline station as well. The newest thing that's been built in this town is the town hall, which is kind of a low one-story gable front building, not too obtrusive, but certainly not a contributing property, and it's located sort of right downtown. There are a total of 157 contributing resources and 59 non-contributing. The period of significance for the district circa 1863 to 1970. The earlier date being the circuit date for when the first buildings were erected following the burning of the town during the Civil War, and then the end date being the year the C.S. Brown School complex and the school there was integrated. Questions?
Thanks, Scott. Any questions or comments? We do have a note here in the chat room that Libby Jones with the Winton Historical Association is watching live and could answer questions or comments, but potentially I think we could figure something out.
Yeah, that's great. Libby's been our strong local contact. She's really shepherded this through on the local level. She's been super to work with.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Scott.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Denard, what do you know about that Confederate monument that is in your photos?
That is a Confederate monument. That's all I know. It's been there for a long time, I think, but I don't know. Beyond that, I don't know anything about it.
It looks like from the chat that it has been removed.
Possibly, it possibly could have been since the photos were taken, but I haven't been back up there.
There's a comment here, yeah, from Heather.
Heather Slane.
Dr. Johnson here. I just wanted to appreciate the fact that we're having this discussion coming from the northeastern part of our state, and that it's refreshing to be able to hear about what's going on in places like Winton and Hertford County. So I just want to say thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I had a question about the like the level of significance. It's for local significance. Is that correct, Scott?
That's correct.
Because I was just wondering whether or not, given the significance of Calvin Scott Brown, whether or not it could be considered at the level of state significance.
Oh, I think that would be entirely possible to do if somebody, dug more into his. I mean, we know a lot about his past, and he was a very significant person, and I would think that you could potentially do that. But that wasn't done for this project. But I think that's potential.
Okay, yeah.
By the way, Dr. Johnson here, there's another comment from Libby Jones saying that confirming that the Confederate monument was removed and that the county is storing it.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Well, if there are no other questions or comments, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations to put this on the National Register?
Matt Jorgensen, motion to approve the Winton Historic District.
Dr. Johnson, I second that motion.
Great, thank you. So all in favor, I guess let's use the raise. Does everyone know how to use the raise hand function under the reactions? Or I guess the thumbs up, we'll do the thumbs up. So all in favor, please use the thumbs up. And if we have any opposed or any abstentions, please let us know. All right. I think we have everyone. Sarah, were you able to record that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Well, we will move on to our next set of presentations from the Central and Southeastern region. And I have Jen Brose as first on our list.
All right, thank you, Alicia. See if I can successfully share. All right, can everyone see the PowerPoint screen? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, the first National Register action I have for you today is the proposed relocation of the Menagerie Carousel. The Menagerie Carousel, located in the Burlington City Park, is a hand-carved wooden carousel manufactured about 1913 by the Dinsell Company. It is operated in Burlington City Park since 1948. Carved by Daniel Carl Mueller and other Dinsell employees, the two inner rows of jumpers and outer row of standers combined include 46 animals and 2 chariots. Burlington's Menagerie Carousel was listed in the National Register in 1982 for its significance at the statewide level as an example of an important and increasingly rare form of American folk arts, embodying distinctive design characteristics of the Dinsell Company, and also significant in the context of entertainment and recreation. The land where the carousel currently sits is within the 100-year floodplain. The city of Burlington and preservationists have long been concerned about flood threats to the carousel. The carousel is housed in an area susceptible to flooding during heavy rain events. So flooding and water damage every year as water rises and floods increase and the 100-year floods become more frequent, the hazard has been greater to preservation of the carousel. So the city would like to move and protect it. According to federal regulation, National Register listed buildings that have been moved are considered automatically delisted from the National Register. In order for the carousel to remain in the National Register during and after the move, the State Historic Preservation Office must first submit documentation on the proposed new location to the NRAC and NPS for approval. The city proposes to move the carousel approximately 300 feet to the east and out of the 100 and 500-year floodplains. The new location allows the carousel to remain close to the other amusement rides and play areas within City Park. Here is the proposed site plan. If you can see my mouse, the existing carousel over here. And then this is the proposed new area. Here's a photo of the proposed new site looking south. And this is of the proposed new site looking east. At the current site, the carousel is within a 1948 pavilion. This is what it looked like in 1982. However, the pavilion was not part of the 1982 nominated resource. The verbal boundary description in the 82 nomination indicated the nominated resource was limited to the carousel itself and the ground below. This is likely as the focus was on the Dinsell shop carvings. Also, the carousel had been moved a couple of times prior to coming to Burlington. A new glass encased, semi-climate controlled carousel house with adjacent 100-person event space is proposed for the new location at the new site. We are showing that once again here in plan view. So here's the carousel house with the glass on these sides. And then this area to the east would be some event space. The carousel pieces are currently under restoration at Carousel and Carvings Incorporated, located in Marin, Ohio. They've restored other Dinsell carousels, such as the one from Pullen Park in Raleigh, and others in Philadelphia and Memphis. Upon reinstallation in the proposed new location, integrity of design, materials, and workmanship will strongly convey the design significance of the carousel. Keeping it as near as possible to the previous location, still associated with the cluster of amusements in Burlington City Park, helps retain integrity of association. The Office of State Archaeology provided a letter for the City of Burlington after reviewing the proposed site. OSA reviewed the state's archaeological site files, as well as various maps, and does not believe the proposed new location has a high potential for significant archaeological resources to be present. And that letter is included in the city's report. In sum, the State Historic Preservation Office recommends approval of the request to move the NR listed carousel out of the flood area to the proposed new site. And I will do my best to address questions either now or after all three presentations.
I think we can take questions now, Jen, because also I will note that Fred realized that his firm is involved with the carousel, and so he's stepped away and will recuse himself for the vote. So we'll do questions and then vote on the carousel and then go back to the rest of your presentations.
Okay, thank you, Alicia.
This is Matt Jorgensen. I have a question, and it's not really related to approval or not approval. It's more for my educational purposes. But I understand the need to get it approved to move beforehand. I'm just curious. It sounds to me from reading about it that the thing's been disassembled and moved for restoration. So I guess that doesn't count because in theory, they would just put it all back together in the same place. Or how does that kind of moving of the thing affect all this, if at all?
Sure. So it's fairly typical for carousels of this vintage to go into shop for some touch-ups and preservation, and that doesn't seem to trigger all of this. It would theoretically in that event be put back exactly like it was. So this is actually just making sure the new location itself, where it will be sited, would be appropriate and retain integrity to convey its significance.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Nope. All right. Well, do we have, we will, like I said, we will vote on this property, and then we will have Fred come back to join us for the rest of Jen's. So is there a motion to approve the presentation from Jen on the Menagerie Carousel? David Bergstone, was that a motion to approve? Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
And we'll note Terry Ross as the second, and all in favor, just give us the thumbs up. And any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, we will move on to the next presentation. Sarah, did Fred reach out to you? I don't know.
Let me send him. I'll send him a message in the chat.
Great, thank you.
Dr. McGill, may I make a suggestion regarding votes? I'm watching this on YouTube as well. When there is a screen being shared, we cannot, the viewers cannot see all the hands of individuals. There's just a strip of a few individuals. So I hate to ask, but perhaps we could redo that vote and have it be a voice, because I don't think it was obvious what was going on. I'm sorry.
That's fine, thank you. And are you recommending that we just do a all in favor yay?
Yeah, I think maybe to vocalize, because again, I don't think that the hands up, it's not going to be visible to the public. So if
Or you could do the gallery view, and that shows all of us.
Right, Dr. Johnson. I'm just not sure if that's happening in real time on YouTube.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Also, I remember at last meeting, we actually just went through the roll call and had individual vocal votes, if that would be a better way to capture this information.
It would, it took a long time, and so we were hoping to
That it did.
a little faster. But for my purposes, the voice vote, it works fine.
Okay. Yeah, it was when we did the first one, it was hard. Like I'm not sure everyone had unmuted themselves, but I think that we can. I don't know.
I think just as a reminder, just everyone unmute themselves would be my suggestion, and just vocalize which way you'd like to vote. That way, it's captured by YouTube.
Yes, okay, we will do that. Thank you.
Just to confirm, Fred has rejoined the meeting.
Oh, okay, so we'll just have Fred not vote. And he doesn't need to go away. And originally I had thought about everyone writing in the chat room, but the public can't see the chat room either. So, okay, all in favor, we're going to redo the vote just to make sure it's captured for the public, but also for Sarah's records. All in favor of approving the presentation, please unmute yourselves and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? No, okay, thank you. That was unanimous. We will move on to Jen's next, the rest of Jen's presentations. And as Sarah mentioned, Fred has rejoined us.
Okay, can everyone see the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, up next is the Pierce Stallings Massey House, located in Franklin County. The Massey House is in the Pilot vicinity on the east side of Old US Highway 64, approximately a half-mile southwest of its intersection with Route 39. The surrounding area is largely rural, with wooded areas, cultivated fields, and some smaller residential out parcels along the main road. The 6.11 acre nominated area includes the contributing Pierce Stallings Massey House and a non-contributing circa 50 garage and non-contributing 2019 well shelter. The Pierce Stallings Massey House is nominated under Criterion C for its local significance in the area of architecture. The house embodies distinctive characteristics of types, periods, and methods of construction from the early 19th to early 20th century in Franklin County through its combination of typologies and forms. It exhibits changes in local vernacular building traditions, including in a single residence, a circa 1820 hall parlor dwelling, a rear kitchen L, and a circa 1910 AAA I house, all vernacular forms common to the region. The proposed period of significance is circa 1820, the estimated date of original construction, to circa 1910, the estimated date of the last major building campaign with the I house. The Pierce Stallings Massey House has remained in the same family since it was built. Family tradition holds that it was built on land acquired by Stephen Pierce in the early 19th century, once part of a larger 310 acre plantation. Here, Pierce had a family with Elizabeth Stallings. The oldest portion of the house, shown here with the red line, dates to the Stephen Pierce and Elizabeth Stallings period. It is a circa 1820, one-story frame, side-gabled hall parlor house with a stone exterior end chimney. It is clad in weatherboard and has a box cornice with returns on the north elevation. It has 4/4 double hung windows and a 2-light 2-panel door. The door to the right beyond the hall parlor section opens into a breezeway. The breezeway likely was constructed to provide protected passage from the hall parlor house to a rear circa 1820 kitchen. The interior is divided into 2 rooms, the hall and parlor. Both rooms have wide board floors and ceilings, plaster walls, chair rail with horizontal board wainscot, and broad baseboards with simple projecting trim. The mantel features flat pilasters and a low arch. The windows are low, meeting the top of the baseboard. The flatwood window and door trim exhibits a beveled outer trim band. The nomination circa dates the kitchen L to the hall parlor house period, circa 1820. Physical evidence suggests it may have been a separate kitchen with a west connection to the I house after circa 1910. Weatherboarded exterior siding is visible on the side of the hall parlor house and the kitchen L from inside the breezeway. The bottom left photo here looks from the kitchen into the breezeway and to the hall parlor section beyond. The kitchen has a stone chimney on the east side, shown in the top left photo. The south side has a seamed metal porch roof supported by chamfered porch posts, shown in the top right photo. The kitchen fireplace, shown in the bottom right photo, has a surround with flat supports for a broad lintel with 2 graduated trim bands. The room has been altered with vinyl flooring and a late 20th century paneling added to the ceiling. It was Elizabeth Stallings' great-grandson, Jefferson Massey, who likely added the most prominent section of the house, a circa 1910 AAA I house. Jefferson Massey married Laura Ann Green in 1887. They had 10 children. Jefferson's widowed mother also continued living here. The 2-story AAA I house is a single pile center hall plan with centered front gable. The weatherboarded house features a wraparound porch with turned posts and jigsaw brackets and 2 gabled entrance points clad with vertical boards. It continues across the enclosed breezeway and the front of the hall parlor house to create a unified decorative aesthetic. Another unifying factor is the embossed metal shingles applied to all the main roofs, which was popularized in the late 19th century. Facade windows are 2/2. The front and north gable ends here feature diamond-shaped louvered vents. The south elevation of the I house, shown here at the bottom left, has an exterior in chimney with stone lower section and brick upper section with corbelled cap. Only the first floor has windows on this side, which are 4/4. The rear elevation of the I house once had an open porch. However, it was enclosed for a first floor vestibule and a bathroom circa 1962. This section is clad in asbestos shingle, which is visible here on the right. The I house interior features 5 panel doors, some with Victorian era rim locks, and an open string single run stair with turned newel post and slender turn balusters, shown at center. Interior rooms all have a modest baseboard, wooden ceilings, plaster walls, and narrow crown molding. A couple mantel examples are shown on the left. At top, you see an example with engaged columns supporting a bracketed panel with an additional tier above the shelf. There are 2 of these in the I house. The example at the bottom shows one with fluted pilasters and a bracketed entablature. Continuing around the back of the house, note there is a small circa 1950 rear addition behind the hall parlor section. It was reportedly used for a time as a barber shop. And you can see what that looks like from the back here. The most closely comparable properties noted in the nomination are two in Franklin County. The Coppage Wilder House, shown here, has a federal hall parlor section with Greek Revival I House added to the front of the dwelling, as does the Mumford House, shown here. The hall parlor portion of the Pierce Stallings Massey House is not tucked behind the I House like these examples. It is connected by an enclosed breezeway, and it more readily exhibits features of both the early 19th century hall parlor type and later AAA I House. Overall, the Pierce Stallings Massey House retains good integrity to the period of significance. The boundary of the nominated property are those of Franklin County tax parcel 002041. It includes the contributing house at the west end, as well as some appropriate setting of woodland and agricultural field historically associated with the house. And finally, these are the two non-contributing resources within the boundary that we mentioned earlier. And that is everything I have for this one. Do we want to take questions or continue?
Sure, we can take questions now. Any questions for Jen? Jen, I noticed in the report that there is a family cemetery nearby, but that's not in the property boundaries.
Correct. I believe it said it was about like 200 yards to the south, and it's not inside the boundary. Yeah, thank you. Good question.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve Jen's presentation for the Pierce Stallings Massey House?
Dr. Johnson here, and I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Dr. Brothers, I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Brothers. All right, let's vote, and we will do the vocal. Please unmute yourselves, and all in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And any abstentions? All right, great. Thank you. We'll move on to Jen's final presentation.
One quick observation. Can you hear me, Denard?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Hello? Oh, okay. You said at some point around 11:15, you would allow us to take a break, a quick break. So we're going to pass on that because it's about 11:25 now.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Denard. Sarah and I had messaged each other about that. We thought that we would wait until Jen finished her presentations and then do a break at that point.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Can everyone see the blue bell? Yes, okay, thank you. All right, just a business note to start off. I want to thank Claudia Brown, who reviewed this National Register nomination and who created the presentation. She is, I believe, joining and potentially available to answer some questions. but I will be doing the presentation today. The Bluebell plant is located at the southern edge of Greensboro's Central Business District. In the two upper views taken from HPO Web, you see it on the left with its study list designation, and on the right, closer up, on its delineated parcel, which extends across Bain Street on the north to include a parking lot. The nominated property is the approximately 1.6 acre portion encompassing the entire block south of Bain Street, as outlined in black in the lower image. The brick, steel, and concrete factory was built in 3 phases beginning in 1921, with the 9 bays of the section stretching east to west along Bain Street, shown at upper left. It was lengthened with 12 additional bays in 1924, and in 1927, the wing extending south to West Gate City Boulevard, formerly West Lee Street, was built. At upper right, you see the north side of the earlier wing on Bain Street, with the 1924 addition to the right of the arrow. And at bottom is the 1927 wing seen from South Elm Street on the left, and on the right in an oblique view from the railroad tracks, in which you can also see the back end of the 1924 edition. Despite construction in multiple stages, the building presents a relatively unified composition with steel, multi-light industrial sash, and a flexible open floor plan defined by the column grid. Here, you can see all 3 sections with the arrow marking the separation between the 2 sections of the north wing. The upper photos show the building when it was approved for placement on the study list a few years ago, and the bottom photos show the plant today. Most of the exterior work consisted of removing later brick infill and replacing windows that had been removed, though a surprising number of them remained in place behind the brick. Perhaps the biggest changes have been to the entrance that had been modified in the 1980s. The added gable roofed elevator shaft was retained, the vestibule was replaced, and a slight bump out and patio were added at the loading bays that had been added prior to 1951 to the left of the entrance. The flat roofs are very similar to the roofs that sheltered the entrances and loading bays during the historic period, as shown on the 1951 Sanborn map. The left and right images show the interior prior to rehab, when it was extensively partitioned with walls extending to the ceilings or with drop ceilings. Very different from the originally mostly open floors. When the plant was placed on the study list, the owners were advised that National Register eligibility would be unlikely if interior integrity were not improved. Note in the middle, the original windows in place there behind the later brick infill. Here's the interior when work was completed or nearing completion. Across the top are photos of the first floor of the original wing. At left, just inside the South Elm Street entrance. Middle, looking from the entrance in the opposite direction, all the way to the back of the 1924 edition. And at right, the top floor of the original section. Across the bottom are views of the 1927 wing, left to right, the ground floor or basement, the first floor, and the top floor. As you can see at the upper right, new partitions do not hide the structure and are easily removable. The Bluebell Company dates its origin to Charles Crump Hudson's 1904 establishment of the Hudson Overall Company, which produced Bluebell brand work clothes made of denim. The name Bluebell is attributed to a railroad bell that was given to Hudson by appreciative railroad customers and became covered with blue dust from the sewing of denim. As the company grew, it occupied a succession of increasingly larger buildings at the edge of downtown Greensboro. And in 1909, the company's 90 employees moved into a new 3-story brick building at the northwest corner of South Elm and West Lee Streets, in the southwest quadrant of the nominated property, shown in the image of the Sanborn map at the upper left. In 1912, Hudson changed the firm's name to Bluebell Overall Company. From the beginning, the vast majority of the company's employees were women, as sewing was considered, quote, women's work. Rapid growth required a larger building, and in 1919, Hudson acquired most of the rest of the block, where he built the 1921 portion of the Bluebell plant according to design by Greensboro architect Harry Barton. Eventually, the company acquired the remaining parcels. The new building allowed Bluebell to follow other Southern textile plants in adopting the Fordist, as in Henry Ford, method of streamlined assembly line production, made possible by the open floor plan. Previously, groups of more than 20 machines and operators making complete garments were grouped at long tables around a center power source, a single shaft with pulleys attached to individual machines. Continued growth led to construction of the 1924 addition to accommodate 200 additional workers. The company claimed this addition created the world's largest overall manufacturing plant. In 1926, Big Bend Manufacturing Company, which had clothing plants in Tennessee and Kentucky, purchased Bluebell, naming the new organization Bluebell Company, and made the Greensboro plant the company's headquarters. The company prospered, adding the South Wing in 1927 to accommodate 600 additional workers. It continued to expand despite the Great Depression and despite 1930s labor unrest and a 1936 tornado. They acquired competitors and their plants eventually reorganized as Bluebell Incorporated in 1943. During World War II, Bluebell filled huge government contracts, producing about 36 million garments annually at 14 plants in 7 states. The firm also developed retail lines comprising men's and boys' overalls, pants, coveralls, shirts, coats, jackets, sold under various trade names. Introduction of Wrangler brand leisure wear in 1947 was a great success. Sales rose from 13.8 million in 1943 to 46.6 million in 1950. To better accommodate administrative staff, in 1958, Bluebell had a new office headquarters built on North Church Street. Bluebell ceased using the South Elm Street plant in 1982 as sales dropped during the early 80s recession. A group of local investors purchased the plant in 1987 and converted it to a business incubator. It was at this point that the interior was extensively subdivided. The current owners purchased the property in 2016 and completed a rehabilitation according to the Secretary of the Interior standards last year. As the oldest standing factory and longtime headquarters for Bluebell, one of the world's largest clothing manufacturers during the 20th century, and as such an important contributor to Greensboro's economy, the Bluebell Company plant meets National Register Criterion A in the area of industry. As a notably intact example in Greensboro of a 1920s factory with a reinforced concrete and steel structural system and multi-light steel industrial sash, the property represents its era's progressive, fire-resistant industrial design an open plan, permitting streamlined assembly line production. Thus, the property also meets criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance begins in 1921, when the oldest portion of the plant and headquarters was constructed, and continues into the middle of the 20th century as the company grew. It ends in 1958, when the company moved its headquarters to a new building. As a final note, for this property, I would like to mention that we received correspondence from the City of Greensboro, including a resolution supporting the nomination of Bluebell to the National Register. That's all I have for this one.
Thank
Glad
you.
to take
Jen. Are there any comments or questions? No. Kind of looking at the screen too to make sure that there's no one unmuting themselves to speak up. All right, great. Well, is there then, do I hear a motion to approve the presentation to place the Bluebell plant on the National Register?
I so move, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And I will record that Dr. Denard seconded the motion. So we will take our vote. All in favor, please unmute yourselves. And you can also raise your hands if you'd like and say yay or aye.
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 Do we have any opposed or any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. And I think we will, at this point, take a short break. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for Hannah Beckman Black's presentations, and we'll kind of see where we are there. We might then take lunch after that set of presentations, depending on where we are with time. Does that sound okay with everyone? All right. So let's come back at 11:45, and I recommend don't sign off, just mute yourselves and stop your video. Thanks. And let's move on with Hannah's presentations.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Let's see here. Oops, okay. Can you all see the full screen version? Okay.
Yes.
One moment. Okay, so I have 4 National Register nomination presentations for you all today. The first is the Oxford Historic District, additional documentation, boundary increase, and boundary decrease. The district is located in the Granville County seat of Oxford and was originally listed in 1988. The Oxford Historic District, which is the large area shown here outlined in blue, encompasses the core of Oxford's Central Business District, right here, and adjacent residential development to the northwest and southeast, including some of the largest, oldest, and most architecturally significant residential resources. Oxford became an important commercial hub in the county with a booming tobacco market, and therefore the original district is significant at the local level under criterion A for commerce and industry. Drawing from the context developed in the Multiple Property Documentation Form, or MPDF, Historic and Architectural Resources of Granville County, North Carolina, the nomination includes 2 periods of significance, the first associated with the plantation era in Granville County from 1746 to 1865, and the second associated with the Brightleaf tobacco era and the ascendancy of Oxford from 1866 through 1937. However, the MPDF acknowledges the arbitrary end to the period of significance in 1937, 50 years before the nomination was written. It explains that the Brightleaf era could extend easily past World War II and includes a discussion of the continued significance of the Brightleaf tobacco economy and culture in Oxford and Granville County through the mid-20th century. The district is also significant under criterion C for architecture, with excellent representative examples of 5 of the 6 property types that are detailed in the MPDF. These include Georgian and Federal style dwellings, Greek Revival style and Romantic era dwellings, Romantic, Victorian, and eclectic buildings in Oxford, commercial, industrial, institutional, and religious buildings, and finally outbuildings. The historic district includes commercial, residential, and industrial buildings whose quality and variety are exceptional examples of dominant architectural styles in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The original nomination offered a very limited building inventory in Section 7 and was in need of updating to our current nomination standards. Additionally, the original nomination boundary justification explains that financial and time constraints prevented the district boundaries from including areas that were contiguous to the historic district and that may be eligible, and notes that the nomination boundaries could be expanded at a later date. The boundary increase was added to the state study list in 2018 following the Oxford Architectural Survey update. So this nomination addresses the limitations of the 1988 Oxford Historic District nomination by providing both additional documentation and a boundary increase. It also includes a very small boundary decrease. The city of Oxford, including the areas within the boundaries of the original district, continued to develop after 1937 as commercial and residential buildings were constructed on vacant or subdivided lots. Therefore, the revised period of significance for the additional documentation begins circa 1825, the date of the earliest extant above ground resource, the Taylor McClanahan Smith House, which is shown in the top left photo, and extends to 1967 to include the architecturally significant modernist style Oxford Post Office and Federal Building shown in the bottom right photo, and reflecting a steep decline in new construction after that time. The new nomination includes additional historic background, architectural context, and commercial context for the period between 1937 and 1967. The updated nomination includes a complete inventory of all properties within the original district boundary, with detailed property descriptions, updated contributing and non-contributing statuses, and accounts of any new builds or demolitions since the 1988 nomination was written. The revised resource count for the additional documentation includes 174 primary contributing resources and 34 primary non-contributing resources. The nomination includes a small boundary decrease, removing the site of the former L.H. Curran American Tobacco Company Prize House at 403 New College Street that was demolished around 1994. The site is located on the periphery of the district, and it does not result in the removal of any above ground resources. The other major component of the nomination is the boundary increase, which expands the district in 12 different areas labeled A through L and adds 260 primary resources, 230 of which are contributing and 30 are non-contributing. These areas represent the continued residential and commercial development of Oxford through the mid-20th century, as well as worker housing and historically African-American resources, churches, and education-related buildings that contributed to Oxford's rich and diverse history. Many of the buildings in the boundary increase were constructed within the later years of the original period of significance of the Oxford Historic District, but are much simpler in form and detail than those in the original district. The period of significance for the boundary increase extends from 1820, the date of the individually National Register listed Joseph B. Littlejohn House, to 1965, after which the residential development sharply declined. The new boundaries were drawn to include areas of greatest density of historic properties dating within the period of significance, while excluding areas that were predominantly constructed after 1965 or areas where the properties were highly altered and no longer able to convey their significance. So taking a closer look at each of these increased areas, areas A, B, E, J, and K include additional early 20th century middle and upper class housing along College, Rectory, Spring, Bell, West McClanahan, Cherry, and Coleman Streets. Areas F and G are comprised of large collections of housing east, south, and southwest of the original district, built primarily from the 1920s through the early 1950s. Areas L and H have early 20th century working class housing associated with Oxford's tobacco market. Areas C, D, and I include commercial buildings immediately adjacent to Oxford's historic commercial core, but constructed predominantly from the 1930s through the early 1960s. The boundary increase is locally significant under criterion A for commerce, as it includes additional commercial buildings with shared importance to those in the original district. Area C encompasses houses and a shop building and gymnasium associated with the African-American Mary Potter School, and areas F, G, and H include historically African-American residential development and churches southeast, south, and southwest of downtown. The district boundary increase is significant under criterion A for African-American ethnic heritage due to the effects of segregation on African-American settlement patterns in the city, much of which was developed during the racially segregated early 20th century. These areas were historically settled by African-Americans intentionally situated near Black community institutions and segregated from white neighborhoods. Oxford's African-American population participated in civil rights activities in the city from the 1950s through the 1970s, taking an active role to seek equality in public offices, education, employment, and other aspects of daily life. Oxford's African-American history is represented in these surviving neighborhoods, as well as the churches, schools, and other institutions that served as community foundations. Like the original district, the boundary increase is significant at the local level under criterion C for architecture. The primarily residential buildings in the increase areas follow the same styles and echo the same forms as within the original district, but are generally less ornate, representing the adaptation of forms and styles to homes of middle and working class residents. The architecture of the boundary increase includes vernacular and architect designed buildings that demonstrate national stylistic trends during the period of significance. Prominent architectural styles include Georgian and Federal and Greek Revival, Italianate and Queen Anne, Colonial Revival, and there's a few Colonial Revival churches, Craftsman, Tudor Revival, or the smaller period cottages with Tudor Revival detailing. There's one rustic revival house in the boundary increase. Minimal traditional, ranch, and some modernist downtown commercial and civic buildings. As well as some vernacular residential buildings with two-story side gable or AAA forms as the most common forms found in the district, though several examples of gable and wing forms are also present. And then there are 20th century standard commercial buildings. The boundary increase has an added area of significance for criterion A for social history due to the inclusion of the Joseph B. Littlejohn House, previously listed for its association with prominent 19th and early and 20th century Oxford citizens, including attorney and planter Joseph B. Littlejohn. It also meets criterion C for architecture as a locally significant Georgian and Federal style dwelling. The existing district, together with the boundary increase areas, more accurately reflects the full scope of Oxford's history, as well as 20th century building trends, including more modestly scaled and detailed early to mid 20th century houses and commercial buildings, in addition to buildings associated with Oxford's African-American community. Do we want to move into the next one or stop for questions?
I think we can go ahead and do questions and then move on to I think it's easy, for me at least, it's easier to sort of remember the questions that I have in my mind if we do them right away. And any questions or comments for Hannah?
I have a comment, and I had to really look very carefully at the boundary increase because I am live in Oxford, and where I live is outside of the boundary increase for sure, but it's a part of that interesting complexity of the history, and I'm glad that you're bringing in the other properties, because I think it was a deliberate move to exclude out African-American property. In fact, I know it was because of the tensions in the town at the time, all the way up until even recently. So this is a refreshing, again, review of, and it's comprehensive. So thank you very much. And I know it is kind of complicated looking at the ways you were pulled in, but having a very deep familiarity with the areas, you got it on point. You got it right.
Thank you. And I want to commend Sherry Skrzydronsky and Heather Slane, who prepared this nomination. They did a wonderful job.
Yes, thank you.
This is Matt Jorgensen. I was just curious why the Oxford Orphanage wasn't necessarily considered, or was it considered, and why it would or would not be included in this?
So the Oxford Orphanage really has a history that's separate from the rest of downtown. It has its own history. And I believe, and I could be wrong about this, I believe it was study listed separately at the time of the Oxford survey.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone
It
has
was, Hannah.
Okay. So
I was just looking at it online, and it does seem like it was listed on its own in 2018.
Yes, so it's really kind of its own thing and could potentially be listed on its own.
And it should be in conversation with what they called at the time the colored orphanage, because there was the deliberate move to move out in Antioch, which is adjacent, it's still part of Granville, it's a community, to put the colored orphanage over there. So that could be another kind of discussion to have with both of those two orphanages in a fairly close proximity. And both of them have their homecoming days where they parade through downtown Oxford. So it's another kind of conversation. And so I understand why it's not part of this nomination.
Thank you.
I guess this is maybe more of a comment or something that I've just been thinking through, related to some of Dr. Johnson's comments too, about the complex social and racial history of the area, that it's again at the level of local significance that we're considering the district. Is that correct? Yes. And I'm just wondering, sort of at what place do we as the advisory committee or the state office have a conversation about thinking more broadly about like state, or because some of the history in here I thought absolutely is of state significance, but even national significance. That, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Confederate monument, there was an attempt to take it down in 1970, and then in 1971 it was moved. Is that correct? And then recently removed. And I was thinking, like, what a significant event historically, given the current conversations. And I guess that 1971 puts it out of the 50-year. But I just was thinking about, when do we sort of have these discussions about broadening the arguments that we're making about African-American history and social history. So I don't know, it's not really a question, but I'm curious, I guess, about how heavy the expectations are for the Department of the Interior in making a state or national significance argument in the reports.
Those are all good questions. Do not have the answer to several of those. As far as the distinction between a local significance and statewide significance, we would have to compare the history and the resources of Oxford to other resources statewide that were of a similar context. So it's a much larger effort to do something like that. Not to say it can't be done, but for this particular nomination, it was looked at in a local context.
And I would just offer that with African American history, and Dr. Denard could speak to this very much more eloquently, since he spent his time as and is a prominent historian. The connections and networks and relationships within African American leaders and communities usually does transcend the local activities. So for example, the house I'm staying in is the G.C. Hawley House, and that Reverend Hawley was known locally, but also had helped to found schools in a school in 1930 in Creedmoor. But also what happened was Langston Hughes came in and stayed and interacted with folks. And so we've got documentation, if you know that deeper history of these national, what turns out to be national figures, but at the time they were all a part of a general upswelling of activity around African American culture and heritage. So that would be a suggestion, that getting into some more of those details will give you that linkage back out to the significance statewide as well as nationally. Because it's there. I mean, you can find it easily. Well, I won't say easily, but you can find it. And if you just even talk to some of the elder Black folk in the community, they'll say, oh yeah, I remember when so-and-so came. And they're usually prominent figures because they were working to create an infrastructure to combat Jim and Jane Crow.
Well, this is, of course, the site of the Blood Done Sign My Name saga that Tim Tyson has written. And I believe, I have no idea if the moving of the Confederate monument was tied to the murder of Dickie Mara, which the centerpiece of that story, but it's not, that happened in 1970, so it's the same time period.
Dr. McGill, this is Beth King, and I just wanted to say for the committee's benefit that this nomination came directly out of a survey project that we did in 2018, and Heather and Sherry, the nomination authors, were also the two consultants who did that survey. So I'm hearing a lot of interest in this context in Oxford, and wanted to say that we have a report from that survey that I would love to share with anyone who's interested. It's on our website, so you can find it for yourself, but our websites can be sort of complicated to navigate. So if anyone wants to send me an email, I'll be happy to send you a PDF. And I really want to commend Heather and Sherry for the time they spent interviewing members of the African American community during that survey, because they were really able to uncover a lot of history that, to my knowledge, has not been written other places. It is fairly recent, the recent past, we call it. So that report is one that I think is a really valuable part of our survey program, and I'd love for more people to see it. So let me know if anyone would like that to be shared.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Beth.
Yeah, thank you, Beth.
I did not mean to diminish in any way the incredible work and narratives that are clear in the report and that I know are going on with the survey work. It's just something on my mind, right? And thinking about, like, when do we have an opportunity to sort of play a role at a state and national level and sort of being leaders and broadening the conversation. I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. I just always want more people to read our survey reports. So when I hear, an opportunity to plug one, yeah.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, I send it to me. That would be great.
Absolutely.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Here now we'll have Hannah move on to her next presentation.
So next, I want to note that we have two presentations that were prepared by Claudia Brown, who's been helping us review nominations recently and thoroughly reviewed the Country Club Estates Historic District and the Lebanon Hill Historic District. Both of those are in Mount Airy in Surry County. And she requested that I make the presentations to y'all today, and she was on the call, and I think she had to step out, but maybe hopping back on to help field any questions. So first we have the Country Club Estates Historic District. A result of the comprehensive survey update of Mount Airy that was completed in 2018, 4 districts were proposed and approved for the study list. Today we are presenting 2 of them, Country Club Estates Historic District and Lebanon Hill Historic District. And at your next meeting in February, we will present the other 2, the Taylor Park Historic District, which is in the area outlined in green immediately below Country Club Estates, which is indicated by the red arrow, and a boundary increase for the Mount Airy Historic District. The area outlined in blue in the middle of town, which was listed in the National Register in 1985. And that larger area outlined in blue over here to the east is the North Carolina Granite Quarry Corporation Complex, which was listed in 1980. Longtime consultant Dan Pizzoni conducted the survey update and prepared the nominations. The Country Club Estates neighborhood wraps around two sides of the Mount Airy Country Club golf course. The neighborhood extends farther east and north, mostly with less than 50-year-old houses. Consequently, the district encompasses only the earliest developed areas closest to the golf course. Initial platting of the Country Club Estates was prompted by the establishment of the Country Club in 1927, but the golf course is not part of the nomination because all of its buildings, circled in red in the map to the left, were built less than 50 years ago. And the extent of the changes to the course itself, which are likely, could not be determined. The view at the lower right is taken looking across the course to Country Club Road. The approximately 50-acre district encompasses 38 primary resources, all of them houses, 31 of which, or 82%, are contributing. And the map at the upper right is taken from the nomination. So I also want to point out to you Clubview Drive right here and Fairway Lane for future discussion. The neighborhood was one of Mount Airy's first suburban developments and among the first to feature curvilinear planning. Mount Airy businessman Joseph William Prather and F.S. Beamer owned acreage on the east side of the golf course. And in 1928, they retained surveyor Philip H. Haskins to survey the tract into lots and streets. His July 16, 1928 survey, titled Country Club Estates, Section 1, depicts the row of lots that ascends on the east side of Country Club Road. The subdivision also includes lots at the south end of the road where it makes its turn toward North Main Street, but few of these lots were developed prior to the 1970s. This initial section was primarily rectilinear, reflecting the narrow linear form of the acreage, but Haskins included a suggestion of a curvilinear street at one end, and the streets are fully curvilinear on the next plat that covers the north end of the subdivision that Haskins prepared in 1933. These two houses on Country Club Road were the first two built in the district. Both of those were built for Joseph Prather and his family around 1930. 512 Country Club Road at the top, where the Prathers lived while waiting for their larger house below at 528 Country Club to be completed in 1930. And the wings were a later addition. The other early houses, or two other early houses, both built in the 1930s on Country Club Road, are shown here. The house on the right is notable for its distinctive decorative brickwork and with undulating irregular coursing and irregular shaped and colored stone accents. The house might have been designed by French-born architect Joseph T. Levesque, who worked for the Winston-Salem architectural firm C. Gilbert Humphreys in the late 1920s and designed a number of Tudor Revival houses with similar brick and stonework in Winston-Salem. The construction of several houses in the 1930s suggests the economic depression of the decade did not affect development as severely as might otherwise have been the case. Development was not vigorous, however. While Clubview Drive was left undeveloped until the 1960s, growth picked up elsewhere in the neighborhood when prosperity returned to Mount Airy following World War II. As these houses suggest, the district is populated by a variety of architectural styles. Among the historicist styles, the Colonial Revival predominates, followed by the Tudor Revival, both in their more full-blown forms and in period cottages as seen in the upper left. There are also several minimal traditional houses as seen on the right. And numerous ranch houses, the predominant type built in the district during the 1950s and 1960s. A dramatic contrast is the international style house built circa 1946, the only modernist house in the district. According to local tradition, it was designed and built by local barber Nat Ferguson, but it is more likely to have been built according to stock plans, perhaps featured in a magazine. There are also numerous outbuildings in the district. Several built during the historic period are contributing, such as the garage in the upper left, but most are garages and sheds built in the last 50 years, as shown in the lower left. The district's most interesting outbuilding is this brick structure shown in the right. According to local historians, it was built circa 1910 for Midkiff Hardware, located downtown, placed in this remote location, then wooded because they used it to store dynamite. Now the site is the backyard of a 1950 house and is considered a contributing resource because it was used by the owners in the 1960s as a stable for their son's horse. The Country Club Estates Historic District is eligible at the local level under criterion C in the area of architecture for the quality and diversity of its historic architecture, representing a range of types, periods, and methods of construction. The period of significance extends from circa 1930, the approximate date of the oldest house in the neighborhood, until 1970, by which time most of the lots had been developed. Only 4 houses in the district post-date 1970, and one of those is shown in the lower right photo. Do we want to pause for questions for Country Club Estates or move into Lebanon Hill?
Are there any questions or comments for Hannah?
Yeah, the one question I had, this is David Bergstone. So none of the golf courses or club is included in this, right? Or just
that is correct. It's not included because let's see.
You want me to answer that?
Oh yes, Claudia, if you could. Thanks for joining us.
The golf course was considered, but I think in one of the early images in this presentation, there's a large cluster of large non-contributing resources. Yeah, right there. And it couldn't be determined if there had been changes in the design of the golf course either. And it's likely that with the passage of time that there would have been some changes. So the decision was made to leave it out of the district and focus on the architecture rather than community planning and development.
Okay.
I had one minor question, Hannah, and I might have misheard you. Could you just restate the number of contributing resources versus the total number of resource or total number of structures and the percentage?
Sure. So let's see here. Let me find it in my notes. There are 38 primary resources and 31 of those are contributing. So 82% of those are contributing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments, Hannah, about the Country Club Estates presentation? Okay, we'll have Hannah move on to the Lebanon Hill district presentation, and then we'll take a vote on that slate of presentations before Terry has to recuse herself. Thanks.
Okay, great. So the next one is the Lebanon Hill Historic District, also located in Mount Airy in Surrey County. And these are maps showing the location of the district as indicated by the red arrows. And the map on the right is taken from the nomination. You might notice that the boundaries are slightly different from those of the study list district. The boundaries were refined during the additional survey for preparation of the inventory list when it was discovered that a few houses on the south side of East Poplar Street, including one on a huge lot, had been demolished recently. The district is approximately 70 acres and encompasses a total of 252 resources. Of the 174 primary resources, 90% are classified as contributing. The district's topography is gently rolling and often permitted home builders to construct basements with one or more fully revealed elevations. The view at the upper left that was on the title slide shows houses on Lebanon Street near the top of Lebanon Hill, which took its name from Lebanon Methodist Church, built in the 1820s or 1830s when Mount Airy began emerging as a town. The church was removed sometime in the latter half of the 19th century after it was replaced by a new building in another location. Most of the resources are houses, but there are a couple of commercial buildings at the west end of Lebanon Street and a church on North Main Street in the east end of the district. Modern development separates the predominantly residential Lebanon Hill Historic District from the Mount Airy Historic District, the northern end of which is shaded at the bottom of this map here. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see it there, which includes much of central Mount Airy with its commercial district and most of the town's grandest houses. From the beginning of Mount Airy's development, Lebanon Street, now designated Highway 52 business, was the main artery into the town from the west. Mount Airy experienced a dramatic growth after the arrival of the Cape Fear and Yadkin Valley Railroad in 1888. Another major 19th century development was the establishment of Mount Airy's granite industry after Thomas Woodruff acquired the extensive flat rock formation on the town's east side, also in 1888. As you probably know, Mount Airy granite, pale gray in color, was and is still used for public monuments, grave memorials, and building facings nationwide. It is seen all over town, and Lebanon Hill neighborhood home builders made extensive use of the local stone for foundations, porch steps, exterior cladding, and other building and landscape elements during the historic period. The earliest known map showing the district area is the 1915 McGrary map, which depicts what is essentially the current street layout. The map indicates the general location of residences and suggests approximately 55 houses stood in the district in 1915. Most of the houses are still standing. Many of them are Queen Anne style or Queen Anne influence, and these are some of those buildings. Quite a few houses built between circa 1900 and 1920 are plain 2-room deep houses with hipped roofs, usually displaying an attic gable. Residential development in the district continued strong into the mid-20th century, as evidenced by the district's many craftsman bungalows of the 1920s and 1930s, as well as examples of the colonial revival and Tudor revival styles from the 1920s into the early 1940s. Few houses were built during World War II, which is not surprising considering the materials rationing of the period. Construction resumed in the late 1940s and continued through the 1950s, although most post-war residential development in Mount Airy occurred in more peripheral neighborhoods, Country Club Estates, for example. Little home construction occurred in the Lebanon Hill area after about 1960 due to these shifts in development, and also to the building out of most of the remaining house lots during the previous period. These are a few of the district's bungalows. And in the lower left image, the gray house in the background is non-contributing as its second story is a recent addition. The district's preeminent craftsman bungalow and one of the most expressive uses of local granite is the Sam and Ada Hennis house, built in the mid-1920s. Its 2 porte cocheres might reflect Hennis's ownership of an automobile service business. Another dramatic use of granite is the craftsman-influenced John H. Midkiff House, which may be a mid-1920s remodeling of an earlier dwelling. The district features many colonial revival, Tudor revival, and minimal traditional style houses, as well as a few ranch houses as shown in the bottom image. West Lebanon Street's importance as a regional transportation artery led to its transformation as a commercial strip after World War II. The district captures the inward eastern edge of this development with these two commercial buildings next door to each other. The 1947 Colonial Frozen Foods Locker Plant and the circa 1947 Dairy Center, originally known as the Chicken in the Rough restaurant. The modernism evident in the Dairy Center is dramatically manifested in one residence in the district, this modern style house built in 1939 for the owner of a trucking company. The stuccoed house is based on a design by Toledo, Ohio architect Stephen M. Jockle, which was published in at least 2 late 1930s periodicals. And as mentioned earlier, there is one church in the district, the picturesque Gothic Revival Holy Angels Catholic Church, built in 1921, according to a design by Father Michael Joseph Vincent McInerney, a Benedictine monk at Belmont Abbey in Belmont, North Carolina. Lebanon Hill Historic District is eligible at the local level of significance under Criterion C for the quality and diversity of its historic architecture, representing a range of types, periods, and methods of construction. The period of significance extends from circa 1890, the approximate date of the oldest buildings in the district, until circa 1960, when the last substantial residential development occurred in the neighborhood. And additionally, it should be noted that we have received comments of support from the Mount Airy Historic Preservation Commission, the Mayor of Mount Airy, and members of the public for the listing of both the Country Club Estates Historic District and the Lebanon Hill Historic District. Any questions?
Thanks, Hannah. Any questions or comments about Lebanon Hill? Just looking at my screen here too. Okay, so we are going to, well, I guess we will move to have a vote on the 3 district presentations from Hannah Beckman Black before Terry Russ has to recuse herself. So is there a motion to approve the staff National Register recommendations on the Oxford Historic District, the Country Club Estates Historic District, and the Lebanon Hill Historic District?
So moved, Matt Jorgensen.
Thank you, Matt. Is there a second?
Second, Mary Lynn Bryan.
Thank you. We have Mary Lynn Bryan seconding. And we are going to do a roll call vote here on this slate. So I will go through our list and you can provide us with your vote. All right. I'm first on my list, so I vote yay. Fred Belladin.
Yay.
Thank you. Valerie Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Aye.
Thank you, Terry. Kristen Baldwin-Drethridge.
Aye.
Tamara Brothers.
Aye.
We have, I don't think we need a yay from Matt since he moved to approve. Dr. Denard.
Aye.
And Mary Lynn Bryan, we already have your vote as well. So I think that's everybody, yes? All right, so the motion passes. And now we'll have Terry recuse herself for the Nancy Jones presentation. And we are, a little later but I think that I've been informed that Annie's presentation is relatively short, and I anticipate the discussion about the Nancy Jones property to be relatively short, pretty straightforward. So I think we will sort of push through with the remaining National Register presentations before taking lunch, and then we'll do our lunch before all of the study list presentations. I just wanted to inform everybody that's what I was thinking we'd do. So Terry, I will text you to let you know to come back for Annie's presentations. All right, thank you. So for the record, Terry Ross has recused herself for this discussion.
Okay, so the last National Register nomination I have for you today is the Nancy Jones House request to move to a new location. Located in the town of Cary in Wake County, as indicated by the red arrows on these maps. The Nancy Jones House, a circa 1803 vernacular federal style I house, was individually listed in the National Register in 1984. The dwelling was the seat of a farm operated by white landowners, Henry and Nancy Jones, with around 30 enslaved people. That became a prominent stagecoach stop and tavern along the Raleigh-Chapel Hill route in the antebellum period. It was listed under Criterion A for its association with the development of the plantation economy in post-revolutionary Wake County. Criterion B for its association with an 1838 meeting between the governors of North and South Carolina that occurred at the house when it was in operation as a tavern. And finally, it was listed under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an example of a vernacular federal style dwelling with its original hall parlor plan. Currently, the house sits on a 4.72 acre parcel with 2 non-contributing outbuildings. In 2016, a Hindu temple located at the adjacent property to the northwest purchased the Nancy Jones House property with the intent of redeveloping it. With no use for the house, they agreed to sell it to the town of Cary to be moved off the parcel. The proposed new location for the house is the vacant wooded lot on the adjacent parcel to the southeast, shown here in red. It will remain on the land historically owned by Nancy Jones along Chapel Hill Road. And here are some photos showing what the land looks like currently. And here's a site plan for the proposed new location. As you can see from this plan, a parcel is being carved out of a larger planned apartment redevelopment to the east. Placement on the lot will be determined by setback and parking requirements, but it will keep its original orientation to the roadway. As part of the move, 2 20th century rear additions, an enclosed sunroom and porch, indicated by the red arrows, will be removed. The rest of the house will be moved, including the chimneys, and rehabilitated. Asbestos siding will be removed, which will improve the historic integrity of materials, design, and workmanship. Staff from the town of Cary consulted with our office early and often with the goal of saving this building and keeping it listed throughout the move. And as Jen mentioned earlier in the Menagerie Carousel presentation, according to federal regulation, National Register listed buildings will be automatically delisted once they are moved, and prior approval from the National Park Service is necessary to keep the property listed throughout the move. As required by the Park Service, an archaeological investigation of the new site was conducted to determine whether any significant archaeological resources were present, and we provided you all with the archaeological report, and no important resources were found. In its new location, as detailed in the report, it appears that the house will still retain the integrity to convey its significance under Criterion C in the area of architecture. And because the relationship between the house and its original site was broken by the move, the Nancy Jones House will not be able to remain listed under criterion A and criterion B. And additionally, it should be noted that we have received comments of support for this property to remain listed in the National Register through its move from the Cary Historic Preservation Commission, the Mayor of Cary, as well as members of the public. And that's all I have. Any questions on this one?
Any questions for Hannah? All right. Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations about the Nancy Jones House movement?
So moved, Matt Jorgensen.
Thank you, Matt.
Seconded by David Bergstone.
Thank you, David Bergstone. Okay, we'll move through our roll call vote here. I vote yes. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Aye. Valerie Johnson.
Aye.
Terry Russ has recused herself. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Aye.
Tamara Brothers.
Aye.
David Denard.
Aye.
And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramona. Ramona has informed me to remind everyone we're voting on the staff recommendations on the removal movement of the Nancy Jones House, and the motion has been approved. It passes. So I'm gonna text Terry to come back to the meeting, but we'll move on to Annie's two presentations before lunch. So Annie, go ahead and you can pull them up. And
okay, you all can hear me, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I am super motivated to get through these quickly. So we can get out in fewer than 15 minutes. There we go. So the first National Register nomination in the Western region is for the Southern Railway Freight Station, which is located in central Burke County, southeast of downtown Morganton, and at the heart of an industrial and railroad corridor dominated by the Donovan Manufacturing Company, which later became the Alpine Cotton Mill. Highlighted here in green is the Southern Railway Passenger Station, which exists today in heavily reconstructed form after a mid-20th century modern renovation that removed the canopy, altered the windows, and replaced all of the exterior materials. The building was renovated in the late 20th century for use as a local history museum. Across the railroad station, or the railroad tracks from the passenger station, was the Freight House, a modest structure built in 1916 that was the second freight depot in this location. The vast expansion of industrial activity in Morganton and across Burke County during the first quarter of the 20th century necessitated construction of a new freight station to accommodate increasing production and transportation needs. Built in 1929, the extant freight station significantly increased warehouse capacity. In addition to multiple freight bays, the station had a long canopied platform extending from one side. A newspaper account heralding the new construction shows that platform in the background. The freight platform was removed after 1983, but otherwise the Southern Railway Freight Station is substantially intact as an excellent example of the building type. Today, the Southern Railway Freight Station looks much as it did when it was constructed. The building retains its original form, structural components, and exterior features and finishes, including windows, doors, and other trim, which are significant character-defining features of the building. The ramp and concrete steps visible here are a modification to the original entrance to account for ADA access. On the northwest elevation, one of the street-facing bays has been infilled with CMU to accommodate a single-leaf pedestrian door in place of the historic metal roll-up door. Here you can also see the concrete roof tiles, whose color and texture are significant character-defining features of the early 20th century resource. On the northeast elevation, one can see where and how the freight platform canopy tied into the main block of the building. Loss of the canopy is a significant change to the building's character, but otherwise it retains a very high degree of integrity. Among the most significant features to remain, the multi-light clerestory windows above the roll-up doors on the southeast elevation facing the railroad tracks are mostly intact and illuminate the interior freight area. The interior follows a standard plan that distinguishes between the office space with more formal features and finishes and the freight storage, which is far more utilitarian in character. A small area of the freight storage has been subdivided from the main volume, but this change does not impact the building's overall integrity or National Register eligibility. The office features plaster walls above beaded board wainscot, a tile floor, and original windows and door trim. A smaller office and restroom are part of the historic floor plan. Though difficult to photograph, the late 20th century subdivision of a portion of the freight space does not substantially impact integrity of design, materials, or workmanship, in part because the subdivision is small in area and also because it's fairly ephemeral in nature. And the largely intact, expansive freight storage area still remains open, with construction features and finishes substantially intact. The Southern Railway Freight Station meets National Register Criterion A for its local significance in the area of transportation, and Criterion C for its local architectural significance as an excellent and highly intact freight depot dating from the early 20th century. The period of significance begins in 1929, when the building was erected, and ends circa 1970, when the Southern Railway ceased operating the building as a freight station. The National Register boundary includes approximately 0.35 acres, a portion of which is in the railroad right-of-way, as noted. The northwest corner of the lot, shown in the upper right or upper left-hand portion of the image, follows an adjoining brick wall at the edge of the property. The boundary of the Southern Railway Freight Station encompasses the building and an area outside or around it, which includes a portion of the grassy areas to the east and south and a portion of the paved area to the north and west. The boundary includes the setting and environment necessary for the context for the freight station, and it has historically been associated with the property. And I would like to acknowledge Sybil Argentar, who prepared the nomination materials, and the Morganton Historic Preservation Commission, which is a CLG, has commented on the nomination and believes that it meets the National Register criteria for eligibility. And I can take any questions, or do you want me to plow through and keep moving on?
Go ahead and plow through. We're close to lunch, so.
Okay. The second and final nomination for the Western region is for the Harmon School. Located in an unincorporated area in the mountainous region of northwestern Wilkes County, not too far from the Blue Ridge Parkway, shown here by the double orange line, which was built about 30 years after the school. The Harmon School is situated at the back of a 2-acre parcel that drops off steeply to the south toward the bottom of the image. With construction authorized in 1920 and likely completed in 1921, the Harmon School served a remote, rural, white population in and around Sheets Gap Road, on which the building is located. The Harmon School bears striking resemblance to the second Knottville School, a Rosenwald school built for Black students in a rural area northeast of North Wilkesboro. And it is very likely that the Wilkes County Board of Education's work with the Rosenwald program heavily influenced the design of the Harmon School. The Harmon School was removed from service in the 1950s and remained vacant for a number of years. The current owner acquired the property in the early 1980s. By that point, the original 4/4 windows were either gone or substantially deteriorated, and the doors had been removed. Otherwise, the building remained remarkably intact. The Harmon School was built at a pivotal point in the transition between poorly designed rural frame schoolhouses that characterized Wilkes County educational design between 1900 and 1920, and the more progressive school designs that would follow in the late 1920s and 1930s, emphasizing ventilation, hygiene, and proper lighting for an improved educational experience. The original windows, lost during the second half of the 20th century, have been replaced with simulated 4/4 wood windows that replicate the pattern of the originals. The exterior doors are paneled wood and replicate the size, material, operation, and design of the originals. The building features a metal-clad roof with exposed rafter tails, the original German siding and trim, and a foundation of brick piers and tree trunks. The belfry and lightning rod are also original. The floor plan features a substantially recessed entry flanked by cloakrooms that serve the two classrooms, separated by a retractable partition wall that divided the building. Though the partition wall was removed during the second half of the 20th century, all other interior features remain, including the raised dais on the east side of the building, the brick flue accommodating the two stoves for heat, interior framing, cladding, and trim. Both cloakrooms retain a high degree of integrity, and one, shown here, has been retrofitted with rudimentary stairs to access the attic and belfry. There are a few non-contributing resources on the property, including this mid-1980s reconstruction of one of the original 1920s privies, and this 1990s fence, and the private historic marker. The Harmon School meets National Register Criterion A for its local significance in the area of education, and Criterion C for its local architectural significance as an outstanding and intact example of a progressive era school in rural Wilkes County. The period of significance begins in 1920, when the Wilkes County Board of Education authorized the sale of the authorized the construction of the Harmon School, and ends in 1954, when it authorized the sale of the school and associated acreage as surplus property. The National Register boundary follows the original legal description of the property in the deed, which does not conform to the tax parcel as shown here in GIS. Instead, by following the specific legal description in the deed, the southern boundary ends up slightly farther south from where it appears in GIS. The nominated property consists of approximately 2 acres, conforming to the dimensions of the original parcel, deeded to the Wilkes County Board of Education, and eventually sold to the present owners in 1984. And I'd like to acknowledge consultant Eric Plagg, who prepared the nomination materials.
Thanks, Annie. Are there any questions or comments from any of the committee members about either the Southern Railway Freight Depot or the Harmon School?
A question about Harmon School nomination referencing the outbuilding as a reconstruction, since it doesn't follow the Secretary standards of reconstruction. Maybe that shouldn't be the term used for it. Otherwise, it would be eligible for this accurate reconstruction.
It's not considered a contributing resource because it is a reconstruction, because it.
If it meets the standards of reconstruction, it could then be eligible as an accurate reconstruction.
I'm not certain that the owner actually followed the Secretary of the Interior standards as a reconstruction in the rebuilding of it. It follows the general form, size. It's in the correct location of the original privies, but as far as say the half round window in the side elevation, it's not clear that that's an exact reconstruction.
So
and I believe they were reconstructed as 2-seaters.
So
yes?
That's why I don't think it's a proper term to call it reconstruction, because it doesn't meet standards of the National Register.
The Secretary of the Interior standards are not necessarily what we use to define reconstructions for the purpose of the National Register, but it is a secondary building. It is identified as a non-contributing resource. but we can definitely follow up on that and make sure that the correct terminology is used in the nomination, because it's not exactly final until it goes to the Park Service.
Okay.
Thank you, David, for the question and comments, and Annie for the clarifications. Any other questions or comments for Annie? All right. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendations for the National Register nominations for the Southern Railway Freight Depot and the Harmon School?
So moved, Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Thank you, Kristen. Second?
I'll second. Valerie can second.
Dr. Johnson as the second. We're going to do the roll call vote. I'll go through the list here. So I vote yay. So Alicia McGill, Fred Belladin.
Aye.
David Bergstone. I didn't hear it. Okay, yay. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Aye.
Aye. Tamara Brothers.
Aye.
Matt Jorgensen.
Aye.
David Denard.
Aye.
Mary Lynn Bryan.
Aye.
And I think we have to have Terry because we recorded Dr. Johnson as the second.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I didn't miss anyone, did I? Okay. Thank you, everyone. So the motion passes. And we are going to break for lunch, and we're right here at 1 o'clock. And I think we'll take a break rather than work through lunch because we're virtual and we need a break. Well, I need a break. We'll take a half-hour lunch. So we'll come back at 1:30. I recommend that you try to just stay on and turn off your video and your audio. And when we come back, we'll have the presentations for the study list properties. And I will check in to make sure that everyone is literally back with us. So thanks, everybody. I'll see you in half an hour. am going to call us back to order. So Matt, you can go ahead and go live. Yeah, thank you. And just a couple of points of clarification and reminder. So a reminder that the Brooklyn McCrory YMCA will not be presented to you. It is on the agenda, but we did not have the additional information that staff needed for the presentation. And as a reminder, if you have any kind of conflict of interest with any of the properties, please let us know, ideally now, so that we can make sure before going into the presentations that we know structure, but also that we're going to have quorum for our votes. That we have several survey presentations at the beginning here, and I believe that Sarah will introduce both Heathers to us before their presentations. But also as just a reminder, these will be a bit longish, and that this is an opportunity to give us kind of a sample architecturally and time period wise. And so, as we all know, there is value in the depth and breadth, but Sarah has assured me we get to end on a fun note as well. Not that the survey reports are not fun, but and we will do the votes in the same way that we did them in the morning. We'll do a roll call vote on a slate of properties as presented to us. Any questions, concerns about anything? Nope. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McGill. I'm actually going to pass it off to Beth King as our survey coordinator. She is who worked most closely on both of these. And so Beth, have at it.
Sarah. So most of you know, as Sarah said, that I am the architectural survey coordinator. And every year, those of you who have been on the committee for a while are probably getting kind of familiar with the rhythm that every October we take a look at different survey projects that were funded through the Historic Preservation Fund, which is some money that becomes available to us each year from the National Park Service to pass along to certified local governments around the state. So all three of these projects today are CLG funded surveys. And so what I wanted to remind you of before we get started here is that these came in as grant applications to us in the spring and summer of 2019. So we planned these projects, we planned these projects and hired consultants and got boots on the ground before we saw COVID coming. So I want to commend both Heather Fernbach and Heather Slane, and who will be giving the presentation. Heather works with a preservation partner based in Michigan named Sherry Skrzydronsky. I want to thank all three of those women for really rising to the unprecedented challenges of doing survey work in 2020. And so there will be a few places as you listen to these presentations, there'll be a few places where you might think, well, couldn't they have pursued that a little farther? Or it's a shame they didn't make contact with, this person or get inside this building. But if you all would just keep in mind that we had a lot of challenges to, we couldn't move freely and interact with strangers in the way that we normally do. And even, some records were not available. So I'm incredibly proud of the way that these projects turned out given the circumstances. But please keep in mind that the HPO is an ongoing resource to these communities. So if there are things that just couldn't happen over the life of this grant, we will certainly still be around to assist those constituents as they need moving forward. And then our two presenters, as I said, are Heather Fernbach and Heather Slane, and they probably don't need much of an introduction for you all because they are really prolific National Register writers, both of them, and do a tremendous amount of work around the state. We've already heard at least 2 of Heather Slane's nominations districts this morning. So Heather Fernbach will first be talking to us about a small district in the town of Rural Hall, which is part of the ongoing update of Forsyth County, which she'll explain a little more. And then Heather, on behalf of the work that Heather and Sherry have done, will be presenting our survey of African American residential neighborhoods in Greensboro, and also a survey update of Wake Forest that covers about 1958 to 1975. And Wake Forest is one of the communities in North Carolina that likes to keep their survey inventory very up to date, because they have some special legislation that allows them to stay demolition of significant identified resources. So with that, I guess we will turn it over to Heather Fernbach.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope my audio is clear.
Sounds great.
All right, I'm going to begin just with this initial slide of Forsyth County to illustrate that although Winston-Salem now encompasses much of Forsyth County, there are outlying towns, communities, and incorporated areas that have played an important role in the county's development. The territory included in the 2020 Phase 2 survey update encompasses architecturally and historically significant properties in Bethania, Rural Hall, and Walkertown, as well as the surrounding rural areas outside of the Winston-Salem city limits, which now abuts and wraps around those communities in some cases. The goal of this phase was to verify the status of properties documented in the 1978-1980 survey and updated in 2006 and 2007, and to identify additional resources that merit further investigation. Michelle McCullough with the City County Planning Board has served as the staff coordinator since the project's inception. And the survey builds upon the work of many other historians, archaeologists, architects, and preservation professionals. And it would, of course, not be possible without the assistance of county residents who graciously open their homes, businesses, churches, and schools and share their histories. Survey and research established that Central Rural Hall merits National Register listing as a historic district due to its local significance under criterion A for community development and C for architecture. The proposed boundaries encompass a diverse array of resources ranging from African American St. James United Methodist Congregation Cemetery that was established in 1889 to dwellings, commercial buildings, and churches erected from 1871 through the mid-20th century. The proposed district flanks Broad Street from the National Register listed Rural Hall Depot, south to Rural Hall Moravian Church, east to Rural Hall Elementary School, and west to Rural Hall Christian Church. The study list boundaries are preliminary, of course, and would evolve in the context of the National Register nomination. Rural Hall is just outside of the northeastern boundary of the Wachovia Tract, approximately 100,000 acres Moravian settlers purchased from Lord Granville in 1753. The Moravians subsequently established the towns of Bethabara, Bethania, and Salem, and the country congregations of Friedland, Friedberg, and Hope. In 1849, they sold 51 acres north of Salem to the newly formed Forsyth County government for the county seat, which was named Winston in 1851. Mid-18th century settlers near what became Rural Hall included German Lutherans who around 1785 erected a log building to serve as a church and school. The congregation, called Nazareth, constructed a brick sanctuary in 1878. Rural Hall, which is just to the east, was sizable enough by 1852 to warrant the opening of a post office. The community experienced significant growth following improved rail conditions, and the Cape Fear and Yadkin Valley Railway Company began work to extend its line from Greensboro to Mount Airy via Rural Hall in 1887. Rural Hall's passenger and freight station was completed in late January of 1888, and businesses, churches, and homes were soon erected near the railroad corridor as Rural Hall's population burgeoned from 25 residents in 1890 to 105 in 1896. The central business district was south of the depot. Members of Rural Hall's African American community established the St. James Methodist Episcopal Congregation in 1889 and erected a sanctuary during the 1890s. Although the church is no longer extant, the graveyard remains. Since 1976, the congregation has occupied the brick sanctuary built by Rural Hall Methodist Church, a white congregation, in 1950. Industrial and commercial ventures proliferated around the turn of the 20th century. Buildings from this period include the 1905 Ledford and Stiers Company, General Mercantile and Drugstore, which was later occupied by Wolf Department Store beginning in 1916 and subsequently a hardware store. A.L. Payne and J.C. Lawrence, who had operated a general store on Broad Street's east side since 1898, constructed a two-story brick building on the same site following a devastating 1906 fire. E.A. Helsebeck opened a grocery store in an existing building in 1908. As at the Ledford and Stiers Company building, a large second-story room served as a venue for public gatherings and meetings of civic and fraternal organizations. The Southern Railway Company engaged Greensboro builder J.C. Morris to move and enlarge the 1888 Rural Hall Depot to create the German-sided passenger and freight station, completed in March 1907. Rural Hall businesses and industries also flourished during the 19-teens and 20s. Examples include Cox Covington Company, established in 1921, Rural Hall Veneer, Messenger Job Printing, and Wilson Millen Lumber Company, all remained the town's largest industries in 1925. Burke Wilson and his sons Reuben and Burke incorporated Wilson Brothers Lumber Company in 1927. Although the Great Depression dampened Rural Hall's early 1930s growth, infrastructure improvements were enacted and new businesses established as the economy strengthened later in the decade. In conjunction with countywide school consolidation campaign, the Forsyth County Board of Education erected a brick classical revival style building to serve all grades of white students from Rural Hall and the surrounding area in the summer of 1923. Willard Northup of the prolific Winston-Salem architecture firm Northup and O'Brien designed the distinctive school and in 1927 rendered plans for a fourth classroom addition. The 1923-27 building was demolished upon the construction of a new elementary school in 1977. However, the firm also designed the expansive brick gymnasium constructed in 1939 using WPA state and local funds, and that building remains. Most residential development in Rural Hall before the late 1950s was organic, occurring as large tracts near the central business district, many of which had been farm or factory sites, were gradually divided into smaller parcels. The Benjamin and Mary Bidding House, thought to have been built in 1871, is the oldest residence in the district. Other late 19th century dwellings flanking Broad Street include the Stauber, Moore, and Smith houses. Queen Anne and Craftsman dwellings predominated during the 20th century's first decades. Examples on Broad Street include the Shore, Payne, Tuttle, and Griffin residences. The Mount Airy granite walls of the Griffin's bungalow were erected by workmen from that quarry. Although Craftsman and period revival style dwellings continued to be built along primary thoroughfares during the 1930s and 40s, residential construction did not dramatically increase until the 1950s, when local businessmen, developers, and contractors began speculating in real estate. Builders erected houses in new subdivisions and on vacant lots in existing neighborhoods and familiar, colonial, classical, and Tudor revival, and contemporary, minimal traditional ranch and modernist styles. Wilson Brothers Lumber Company, co-owners Burke and Reuben Wilson, partnered with Jack Covington in 1947 to establish Wilson Covington Construction Company. Burke Wilson also collaborated with Winston-Salem residents Tom Carter and Robert Stockton to incorporate Wilson Realty Company. Both concerns were actively involved in Forsyth County's mid-20th century development, as was DJ Redding, who began working for Wilson Brothers around 1956, and then established his own contracting business in 1964. Most of the area southwest of the Central Business District was initially platted in March 1908 along Belmead Avenue and Broad, Cherry, Church, Court, Jackson, and Summit Streets. Approximately 16 mostly one-story gable roof dwellings built before 1930 remain, interspersed among about 30 period cottage and minimal traditional residences built through the 1960s, as well as a few late 20th century single-family homes. Neighborhood residents included William and Joy Craft. William, who had worked as a carpenter for Wilson Brothers Lumber Company before serving in the U.S. Army, completed the couple-stone period cottage on Broad Street in 1942, and he also built some houses along Academy Street in the mid-20th century. Rural Hall congregations enlarged existing churches and replaced earlier sanctuaries with more expansive buildings on large lots in the mid-20th century. The Rural Hall Moravian Church complex comprises the 1928 sanctuary, 1962 and 81 education buildings, and a 2000 fellowship hall. Rural Hall Church of Christ, known as Rural Hall Christian Church since the 1950s, replaced a circa 1898 frame sanctuary and 1937 frame fellowship hall with a 1952 brick education building and 1960 sanctuary. These and the aforementioned resources contribute to the significance of the proposed Rural Hall Historic District, which is a cohesive collection of historic residential, commercial, religious, and educational buildings, as well as a cemetery associated with a community from the late 19th through the early 20th century. The period of significance would begin in 1871 with the construction of the Binning House and end around 1970. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm glad to answer questions if anyone has them.
Thank you so much, Heather. Any questions or comments? Committee members? No? Okay. Well, is there a motion to approve staff recommendations for study listing the Rural Hall Historic District?
I'd like to make that motion. This is Terry.
Thank you, Terry. Second?
Valerie Johnson seconds the motion.
All right, thank you, Valerie. All right, we'll go through our roll call vote here. I vote yay. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
Thank you. Tamara Brothers.
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
David Denard.
Yes.
And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes.
Thank you. So the motion passes, and we will move on to Heather Slane's two presentations.
I have a statement from the Greensboro, the city of Greensboro. Should I, since they could not participate in our Zoom meeting in the normal way, should I read that statement now, or should I save it till the end of Heather's first presentation?
I think read it now.
Okay. I will do that. This came to us from Mike Cowick in the planning department in Greensboro, and Stephen Lee Gary, also of that planning department, is also active in the survey. And so Mike wrote in to say, at their September 30th, 2020 meeting, the Greensboro Historic Preservation Commission heard a presentation by Heather Slane of HMW Preservation describing the results of the architectural survey of neighborhoods in East and Southeast Greensboro. Commission members expressed their appreciation for this project and their strong support for placing the districts and individual properties identified in the survey on the North Carolina National Register study list. City Planning Department staff have been working with a committee composed of residents of the survey area and other interested parties on a multi-phase project to identify and protect historic architectural resources in Greensboro's African American neighborhoods. We are very pleased with the quality of the survey work as reflected in the report and appreciate the expert assistance we have received from SHPO staff.
Great, thank you, Beth. I appreciate having that too, since we're not able to have the same kind of public engagement as our live meeting. So, all right, Heather, we're ready for you.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Perfect. The post-World War II developments of East and Southeast Greensboro are significant for a number of reasons. They contain outstanding examples of modernist residential and religious architecture. They contain examples of the work of prominent African American architects and builders, and they were home to the leaders of and participants in the civil rights movement in Greensboro. The only existing survey of the study area was conducted in 2008 as part of the citywide Greensboro Phase 1B Historic Architectural Survey update. That survey documented representative resources constructed prior to 1965 and noted significant concentrations of post-World War II residential architecture in the area. The primary objectives of this project were to update the existing survey photographs and data, to survey with individual records 16 resources identified during the planning phase, to document with district records groups of houses, including approximately 515 houses in total, with the goal of identifying potential National Register historic districts, and to collect primary and secondary sources to build a historic context for the area. The survey focused on historically African American residential and institutional resources within an area generally bounded by East Market Street on the north, US 29, which is O. Henry Boulevard on the east, Bennett and East Florida Streets on the west, and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive on the south. A local planning committee, including local residents, convened to guide the project, and a public meeting was held in February of 2020. Fieldwork was completed in early March. However, the abrupt statewide closure of public buildings in mid-March limited the ability of the consultants to collect newspaper clippings and other research materials from the Greensboro Public Library and the Greensboro Historical Museum. Oral history interviews coordinated with the Greensboro Historical Museum and planned for April of 2020 were delayed and ultimately canceled. Local organizers were able to conduct and share phone and video interviews with 2 local residents. Finally, the pandemic limited the ability of the consultants to take interior photographs of buildings thought to be eligible for the National Register study list. The City of Greensboro issued letters to the affected property owners requesting that they take and submit digital interior photographs to the consultant. However, photographs were obtained from building owners of only 3 of the 11 potentially eligible properties. As with cities throughout the South, early 20th century Greensboro was strictly segregated, with residential development legally mandated in 1914, resulting in a clear pattern of racially based neighborhood development that remains visible on the city's landscape even today. Upper and middle class white neighborhoods formed west of the city's downtown, near the State Normal and Industrial College, now the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. These included College Hill, College Park, Lindley Park, Lake Daniel, and Hamilton Lakes, and most of those are National Register or study listed properties. The study list are the green ones on this map, and the National Register are blue. North of the city were affluent white neighborhoods, including Fisher Park, Irving Park, and Latham Park. Working class white neighborhoods formed northeast of downtown, near the city's industries, including Bessemer, Rankin, Edgeville, and Hamtown, as well as the textile mill villages for Proximity, Revolution, and White Oak, which also included the Black Mill Village of East White Oak by 1925. South of downtown was a white neighborhood known simply as South Greensboro. Warnersville was the first planned neighborhood for African Americans in Greensboro, established in the 1860s and anchored by schools and churches, including an 1867 school for Black children known as the Ash Street School, and the 1866 St. Matthew's Methodist Church, which is the oldest African American congregation in Greensboro. Union Cemetery, which is listed on the National Register, At East Whittington and South Elm Streets was established in the 1880s to serve the early churches in Warnersville, and it was listed to the National Register in 1993. By the early 20th century, African Americans settled primarily in East Greensboro, drawn to this part of town by the establishment of Bennett Seminary, now Bennett College, which purchased land for a campus in East Greensboro in 1875. The Agricultural and Mechanical College for the Colored Race, now North Carolina A&T, was established in 1893, and a campus was constructed on the north side of East Market Street. The earliest neighborhoods surrounding the university included the Dudley Street neighborhood, Scott Park and College Heights, and East Side Park and Lincoln Grove, southeast of the college. Early churches, schools, and a Black business district were located on or near East Market Street, which is the main thoroughfare here, just north of the study area. And the 1927 National Register listed L. Richardson Hospital is located within the Noco Park development. That was the only National Register property within the boundary. In the early 20th century, residential neighborhoods in East Greensboro, like those throughout the city, began to expand, though new growth firmly followed the previously established patterns of racial division, and Southeast Greensboro remained predominantly African American. Growth was facilitated by the popularity of the automobile, as well as the efforts of realtors and speculative builders who carefully targeted and recruited specific socioeconomic groups to specific areas of the city. The city limits were expanded in 1923, and on the east side of the city, the boundaries were extended beyond the concentration of development around Bennett College and NCA&T. Noco Park at the north end of the study area is one of the African American developments that followed annexation. The Noco Park neighborhood was platted in 3 stages from 1924 to 1926. And like many planned neighborhoods of the 1920s, it featured green space and land set aside for recreation. Though planned by white developers, the neighborhood was named for prominent African American educator Jacob Noco. Churches and schools were significant institutions in and adjacent to Noco Park, as they had been in Warnersville. They included the Washington Street School just west of Noco Park and Dudley High School east of the study area. The presence of the schools, churches, and hospital made these especially desirable neighborhoods, and the residents included teachers, bricklayers, barbers, and other laborers and professionals. In 1936, the Homeowners Loan Corporation utilized data to evaluate residential neighborhoods. The group assigned one of 4 colored grades to indicate mortgage security in that neighborhood, a system that led the practice to be termed redlining. Racial identity was a significant factor in grade assignments, with all of the survey area graded yellow, identified as definitely declining, or red, identified as hazardous, a grade that resulted in refusal by banks to offer home loans in these areas. And you can see that this red area is the earlier Warnersville neighborhood, and that this is the bulk of our study area here. The Housing Act of 1949 authorized federal assistance to acquire and clear properties that were deemed blighted. The Redevelopment Commission of Greensboro was established in 1951, and renewal projects began in earnest in 1958, focusing on the African American neighborhoods south and east of the city, and resulting in the demolition and subsequent reconstruction of most of Warnersville. Additionally, urban renewal called for the widening of East Market Street, which you can see right through the middle here, from 2 to 6 lanes, devastating more than 70 Black-owned businesses along the street. Prominent African American churches in both areas were also destroyed, the congregations largely relocating to the growing Clinton Hills development. As a final blow in 1970, US Route 220 was rerouted to align with Route 29, O. Henry Boulevard, which extends up the east side of the study area. The construction of these thoroughfares with on and off ramps that cut into the Noco Park neighborhood separated it from Dudley High School and the African American neighborhoods to its east. West of Noco Park, on East Gate City Boulevard, a 1930s residential area deemed by the Homeowner Loan Corporation to be, quote, largely consisting of cheap type Negro cottages, and therefore demonstrating hazardous mortgage security, was leveled in the 1950s for public housing. Ray Warren Homes, the city's 3rd public housing project and first integrated housing development, after the 1951 construction of Smith Homes for whites and Morningside Homes for Blacks. It's a complex of 70 buildings, including apartments, gathering spaces, playgrounds, basketball courts, and a childcare center. The street patterns were realigned to reflect the popular curvilinear principles of the time. And the complex was named for Ray Warren, the first director of the Greensboro Housing Authority. Located south of Noco Park, Clinton Hills was platted by white developers in 1926, though remained largely undeveloped until after World War II. Centered on Benbow Road, which is this long spine that runs all the way through. The development includes curvilinear street patterns that incorporated natural green spaces and may be the first African-American neighborhood in Greensboro to do so. Like Noco Park to its north, Clinton Hills, along with smaller adjacent plats for Spalding Park, Spalding Heights, and an area known as Neighbors United, benefited from proximity to NCA&T and Bennett College, as well as a growing middle and upper class in the middle 20th century. Residents included doctors, teachers, and principals, funeral home directors, post office workers, daycare givers, professors and staff at A&T, lawyers, police officers, and chiefs, all in sprawling ranch and modernist style houses. Architects Edward Jenkins and William Street both lived in the neighborhood and designed their own homes as well as those of several neighbors. The south end of Clinton Hills was replatted in 1956 by white developers Kirkman and Corey. The revised street pattern accommodated alterations to the path of Midland, which is now East Florida Street that you can see going here, and reconfigured the southwest part of the neighborhood. Houses in this part of the neighborhood were speculatively built, more modest in size, and housed middle-class African-American families. Developed in 5 plats between 1959 and 1962, the Benbow Park neighborhood is located south and east of Clinton Hills, and was also planned and speculatively built by white developers Kirkman and Corey. The western part of the neighborhood was originally platted as part of Clinton Hills in the 1920s, but when those lots remained undeveloped by the late 1950s, they were incorporated instead into Benbow Park. The city of Greensboro also redeveloped a residential area west of Noco Park between East Washington Street and Eastgate City Boulevard. While the Clinton Hills and Benbow Park neighborhoods to the south were growing, this area was designated definitely declining. Although it was noted as a good residential section, helped by its proximity to Bennett College and North Carolina A&T. The area was selected by the Redevelopment Commission of Greensboro for an urban renewal project in the 1960s, known as the Washington Street Redevelopment, which was carried out in the 1970s. Similar to the Ray Warren Homes project, nearly all of the existing homes in the Washington Street redevelopment area were demolished and the roads were realigned. African Americans were relegated to their own neighborhoods, businesses, churches, schools, cemeteries, and recreation on the east side of town, while whites occupied the remainder of the city. Segregation was enforced not only by social practices, but by local ordinances and neighborhood covenants. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, many of Greensboro's white residents fought to maintain the status quo, while the city's African American residents grew increasingly frustrated with racist policies and practices. The well-known sit-ins that began in February 1960 by 4 NCA&T students and are commemorated by a mural on the north wall of the Windsor Community Center were continued by Dudley High School students from this and adjoining neighborhoods when the college students went home for the summer. Community resident Miltrine Jenkins Barden recalls protesting in the 1960s while a student at Dudley High School and later at NCA&T. Quote, "My generation was out there pounding the streets. That's what we did in the 60s. We were integrating Greensboro." Barden also recalls that her father, architect Edward Jenkins, always stayed home when she went to protest, so he could bail her out of jail if she was arrested. More than 1,000 protesters were held in the former polio hospital at 710 Huffin Mill Road, nearly 2 miles east of the NCA&T campus. According to Barden, it was relatively common for residents in the neighborhood to mortgage their houses to raise funds for protesters' bail. Prominent civil rights attorney Kenneth Lee, who resided at 1021 Broad Street in the survey area, frequently represented jailed protesters pro bono. The architectural history of Southeast Greensboro is not complete without a discussion of these 4 prominent African-American architects, 2 of whom lived in the study area, and all of whom made significant contributions to Greensboro's built environment and modernist narrative. Though none were Greensboro natives, Edward Jenkins, William Street, Gerard Gray, and Clinton Gravely all found their way to Greensboro by the mid-20th century. The parallels between the lives and career paths are significant. They each served in the Army Corps of Engineers and all served during World War II except Gravely, who was too young. All 4 men either attended or taught in the Department of Architectural Engineering at NCA&T. Jenkins, Street, and Gravely all worked for the progressive-minded Edward Lowenstein, who specialized in modernist designs and openly recruited architects of color. Eventually, all 4 men established independent firms. Together, they represent the first African Americans to be registered architects in the state, the first to be hired by a white firm in the state, and the first to join the North Carolina chapter of the American Institute of Architects. They each faced the challenges of racism in the mid-20th century, and they each contributed to their field not only in achieving greater racial equality, but also as leaders of the modern movement in Greensboro. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we were only able to get interior photos of 3 houses. So after I go through the study list recommendations, I want to just show you a quick slide of all of the other properties that are likely eligible, but that we didn't have access to. The J. Kenneth Lee House appears eligible for the National Register under criterion C for architecture. Designed by local African-American architect Edward Jenkins, the flat-roofed modernist style house was completed in 1959. The core of the house is roughly rectangular, with a triangular projection on the east elevation, which is over here, that houses an indoor pool. The house has a Roman brick veneer and stacked one-light wood sash awning windows that are generally grouped. The entrance, located near the center of the facade, is inset and has paired doors flanked by wide side lights. A single palm tree just outside the door extends above a cutout roofline. Just beyond the entrance, on the interior is a wide living and dining room space separated by a 2-sided stone fireplace with a brick chimney and lit by clerestory windows along the south elevation of the shed roof. A glassed sunroom extends along the rear wall of the living and dining rooms, visible on the rear north elevation. A spiral stair at the west end of the entrance foyer, which you can see right here, is said to have been taken from the ship on which Lee served while in the military, and it leads to a full finished basement. To the right of the entrance are the bedrooms, which is this wing of the house, defined on the exterior by grouped windows with vertical wood sheathing. The triangular shaped pool room on the right elevation, which you can see here, features bands of 1/1 double hung windows above a brick half wall. To the west of the entrance is a projecting bay with 2 exterior doors, sheltered by a flat roofed carport that you can see here. The carport is supported on the front by a full height brick wall with several square cutouts at the top. The kitchen and family room spaces at the left end of the house open to a patio space that is partially enclosed by a brick half wall. Both the interior and the exterior of the house retain integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Its original plan and many original features, including a stone fireplace, exposed beams in the living, dining, and sunroom, hardwood floors in the entry, hallways, living, and dining rooms, doors and trim, and an interior pool remain in place. The house may also be eligible for the National Register under criterion B for its association with J. Kenneth Lee. Born in Charlotte, Lee graduated from North Carolina A&T with a degree in electrical engineering in 1945 and served in the Navy as an electrician's mate during World War II. In 1951, after a lengthy lawsuit, Lee, along with Harvey Birch, became the first 2 African Americans to attend the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill Law School, and they were the first African American graduates of the law school in 1952. During his 38 years of legal practice, Lee participated in more than 1,700 civil rights lawsuits, and various civil rights leaders and organizations met in the Lee House. Lee was also a founder of the American Federal Savings and Loan, the second African-American owned thrift in the state, as well as serving on numerous boards and commissions. And Lee remained in the house until 2018, when he moved to assisted living and died soon after at the age of 94. The house stands on a large lot on the northwest corner of Broad and South Benbow. It's set well back from the road and accessed by a circular drive that extends through the covered carport at the left end of the facade. The boundary should include the entire 0.77 acre parcel historically associated with the property. The period of significance is 1959, the date of construction. However, an extended period of significance may be appropriate for a criterion B argument. Constructed in 1964, the Dr. Elvin V. and Gwendolyn Blunt House appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion C for architecture. It was designed by local African-American architect Gerard Gray. The elongated form of the one-story hip-roofed modernist-style house is accentuated by the shallow pitch of the roof, which appears flat from the street, and the bands of windows on the facade. Near the center of the brick facade is a projecting cantilevered hip roof frame wing with vertical wood sheathing. You can see that here. The wing has a group of 7 large fixed windows with operable awning windows below that light the main living and dining room spaces. The left end of the projecting bay, or left of the projecting bay, is an inset porch supported by a frame wall with vertical sheathing. To the left of the entrance, the private rooms of the house are lit by a pair of clerestory windows. The windows are all, the same windows are located on the left elevation. The right north end of the house is a garage with no windows on the facade, but a wide overhead door on the north elevation. The interior of the house also retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Its original plan and many original features, including marble flooring in the foyer, a sunken living and dining room with full-height double-sided stone fireplace separating the two, mahogany paneling and cabinetry in the kitchen, mahogany paneling and bookshelves in the sunken family room, and terrazzo flooring in the enclosed rear porch remain in place. The house may also be eligible for the National Register under Criterion B for its association with Dr. Alvin Blunt. Blunt graduated from North Carolina A&T in 1943 with a degree in math and chemistry. He enlisted in the U.S. Army and enrolled in Howard University School of Medicine, graduating in 1947 as a medical officer. A captain in the U.S. Army Medical Corps, he served in the Korean War as acting chief of surgery from 1951 to 52. In 1954, Blunt started a medical practice in Greensboro, operating at the nearby L. Richardson Hospital. In 1957, he became the first African-American in Greensboro to be certified by the American College of Abdominal Surgeons. Blunt served as chief of surgery at Richardson Hospital for 23 years. At the time of his death, Dr. Blunt was the last living litigant in the case of Simpkins versus Moses Cone Hospital, the 1963 landmark Supreme Court decision that desegregated hospitals throughout the South. Following the lawsuit in 1964, he became the first African-American physician to perform surgery at Cone Hospital. In September of 2016, Cone Hospital honored Dr. Blunt by issuing an apology for its segregationist past and awarding a $250,000 scholarship to the Greensboro Medical Society in honor of Blunt and his fellow litigants. Blunt died in 2017 at the age of 94, but the house is still owned by his heirs. The property should include the entire 0.57 acre parcel historically associated with the property. The period of significance is 1964, the date of construction. However, an extended period of significance may be appropriate for a Criterion B argument. Designed by African-American architect William Street as his personal residence, this 1965 split-level modernist style house appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion C for architecture. The brick veneered house, as viewed from the street, has a typical split-level form with a one-story side-gabled wing on the left that houses the foyer, kitchen, kitchenette, dinette, dining room, and living room. That's in this wing here. A 2-story flat-roofed wing at the right features bedrooms at the upper level and an additional family living space at the lower level. Windows to the left of the entrance are paired, and an engaged carport at the left end is supported by a full-height brick wall. The 2-story wing on the right projects beyond the facade, and it has paired slider windows on the first floor. The second floor, which overhangs the first, is supported by purlins and has vertical wood sheathing and a large triple slider windows. Paired sliding glass doors on the upper level of the rear elevation open to an elevated wood deck with a half wall that's sheathed in vertical wood, which you can see here. And patio doors open from the main living space to the stone terrace. The interior of the house also retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Its original plan remains intact, as do many original features, including exposed beams, clerestory windows, and a 2-sided brick and wood fireplace separating the living and dining rooms, cabinetry in the kitchens, tile in the bathrooms, and paneling in the foyer and living room and basement rooms. Street earned degrees from Hampton Institute and the University of Illinois. He began his career as a professor of architectural engineering at NCA&T in 1949 and was later chair of the department. He worked as a structural consultant for local architect Edward Lowenstein from 1950 to 52. And in 1952, Street became the second registered African-American architect in North Carolina and the second African-American to join the North Carolina chapter of the AIA. The house stands at the northwest corner of Tuscaloosa and Marlboro Drive with a flagstone terrace at the rear. The boundary should include the entire 0.43 acre parcel historically associated with the property. And the period of significance is 1965, the date of construction. A quick note before we go into the 3 historic districts, I wanted to show you a map of all 3 of them together. Beth and I went back and forth a lot about how to separate out the districts, and we felt that listing them as 3 separate districts in the study list would give the city and the community more flexibility in the future for how to list them, and it gives them the option to combine them later. So the Benbow Road Historic District appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for community planning and development, Criterion A for African American ethnic heritage and social history, and Criterion C for architecture. The district may also be eligible under Criterion A for its association with civil rights activities in Greensboro and throughout the state. The planned African American development was initially platted as several separate developments, including Clinton Hills in 1926, Spalding Park in 1955 and 56, Spalding Heights in 1964, and a number of other smaller plats. While the smaller plats were gridded extensions of earlier streets, the largest platted area, Clinton Hills, may be the first African American suburban development in Greensboro to utilize curvilinear street patterns. It was laid out to follow natural ravines in the area with a planned natural green space forming a boulevard along East Side Drive, and Marlboro Street extending parallel to and echoing the arc of East Side Drive. The automobile-oriented development follows planning principles typical of 20th century suburban residential development and features concrete curbs and gutters, concrete driveways to each house, but sidewalks are generally limited to South Benbow Road, the main thoroughfare through the district. Lots throughout the development were platted with consistent 50-foot street frontages. However, lots were frequently combined to create lots with 100 or 150 feet of frontage to accommodate the sprawling ranch and modernist style houses. Houses were largely custom built and thus display a wide variety of forms and styles. A number of them were designed by one of Greensboro's noted African-American architects, and collectively they represent some of Greensboro's best examples of modernist residential architecture. Others, especially those along South Benbow Road, were more typical ranch houses or cottages with colonial or Tudor revival detailing. Finally, a cluster of small-scale minimal traditional style houses are located along Julian Street in the northeast corner of the district. While vinyl windows, siding, and trim are common, the overall material integrity of the buildings remains high with few alterations to the building forms and little infill construction that postdates the original development of the district. Sections of the original plats with more significant alterations have been excluded from the district boundary. Located just south of Noco Park, Benbow Road is one of a number of residential areas that grew as a response to the growth of Bennett College and North Carolina A&T in the early 20th century. The area was planned and built for Greensboro's growing African-American upper and middle classes. Occupants include teachers, doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers, and professors at North Carolina A&T. A number of clergymen also resided in the district, earning the area near the intersection of South Benbow Road and Broad Avenue, which is right here, the nickname of Religion Hill. Several residents, including J. Kenneth Lee, Dr. Alvin V. Blunt, and Justice Henry Fry, were influential in civil rights lawsuits and litigation. Many other residents participated in civil rights activities, including sit-ins and other forms of protest. A full inventory of buildings and occupants will undoubtedly uncover significant connections to Greensboro's larger civil rights history. The period of significance extends from 1936, when the earliest part of the neighborhood was platted, to about 1973, when the area was largely built out. The boundary includes the majority of resources within the north part of the Clinton Hills development and excludes areas that have been significantly altered. The Clinton Hills Historic District appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for community planning and development and Criterion C for architecture. The planned African-American development was initially platted in 1926. This is the south end of that larger Clinton Hills development, and followed planning principles typical of 20th century suburban residential development. A creek extends through a natural green space on the north side of Southside Boulevard. In 1956, when the area remained largely undeveloped, it was replatted by Joseph Corey and Bill Kirkman, white builders who went on to develop the adjacent Benbow Park subdivision in 1959. The new plat included slightly larger lots, measuring almost 60 feet of street frontage, and accommodated alterations to the street grid along Bennett, East Florida, and Oxford streets. Further, the replat featured corner lots sized to allow houses on those lots to face the intersections, a practice typical in post-war developments and espoused by the Urban Land Institute. Corey and Kirkman constructed houses throughout the district. The houses were predominantly 4-bay wide, hipped and side gabled ranch houses, executed with varying details. The small scale houses all have brick veneers, and while several have colonial revival style detailing, including multi-light windows with paneled aprons, most have more modernist detailing, including grouped awning windows in the public space and high awning windows lighting the bedrooms. Houses along South Benbow Road did not necessarily follow the repetitive forms found in the interior of the neighborhood, though the scale and form of these houses is consistent. Vinyl window siding and trim are common, yet the overall material integrity of the buildings remains high, with few alterations to the building forms and little infill construction that postdates the original development. Clinton Hills is one of a number of subdivisions platted as a response to the growth of Bennett College and North Carolina A&T. And while developed by white developers, it was planned and built for African-American occupants in Greensboro's growing Black middle class. Occupants were employed as teachers, assistant professors, clerks, and other mid-level positions. The period of significance extends from 1956, when the neighborhood was replatted and construction began, to about 1960, when the area was largely built out. The Benbow Park Historic District appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for community planning and development and Criterion C for architecture. The planned African-American development was platted from February 1959 to February of 1962, employing planning principles typical of 20th century suburban residential development. The automobile-oriented development features concrete curbs and gutters, concrete driveways to each house, but no sidewalks. Large lots with deep setbacks and curvilinear streets enhance the gentle rolling terrain of the area, which slopes generally downward towards Southside Boulevard. The subdivision was platted and developed by Joseph Corey and Bill Kirkman, who joined forces formally in 1952 to form Kirkman and Corey Home Builders. The company capitalized on the housing shortages of the 1950s, building more than 8,000 houses in both Black and white neighborhoods throughout Greensboro in the span of about 20 years. By 1960, when Benbow Park was being developed, the pair was building roughly 300 homes a year. They were able to erect houses so quickly, in part because they employed a staff of about 300. They manufactured their own wall units and roof trusses in a local factory, and further controlled the supply chain by maintaining their own supply company. Houses in the subdivision were almost entirely speculatively built, with 4 easily identified variations of the ranch and split level form repeated throughout the subdivision. Colonial revival details on the majority of the houses include multi-light double hung windows, paneled aprons, modillion and dentil cornices, paneled doors, and classical surrounds. These stand in stark contrast to the more modernist styles and details found in the adjacent proposed Benbow Road Historic District. Their presence is indicative of the subdivision's development by white developers and builders who employed the styles and details popular in white subdivisions of the era. Like the other districts, vinyl windows and siding are common in the district, yet the overall material integrity of the building remains, with few alterations to the building forms and no infill construction. While the district was developed by white home builders, it was planned and built for African-American occupants in Greensboro's growing Black middle class. Occupants include teachers, engineers, postal workers, clerks and professors, and employees of NCA&T. The period of significance extends from 1959, when the earliest part of the neighborhood was platted, to about 1965, when, according to city directories, the subdivision was largely built out. The boundaries should follow the 1959 through 62 plats, minus a small section at the south end along Britton Street that's not consistent with the architecture of the rest of the district. So this little part was in the original plat, but it doesn't have the same feel and architecture as the rest. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, interior photos and additional research were not available for the following properties. Most have clear architectural significance, most having been designed by well-known African-American architects, and may have historic significance for their association with Greensboro's civil rights movement and social history. So these we can't place on the study list right now because we don't have interior confirmation, but I wanted to just run through them quickly. This is the 1959 Justice Henry and Shirley Fry House, designed by architect Edward Jenkins. It's best known for its association with Justice Fry, who was a prominent lawyer and North Carolina's first African-American Supreme Court justice. The Annie Lee Holly House, also designed by Edward Jenkins, completed about 1963. The Dr. Frank and Gladys White House, designed by local architect William Street and completed in 1965. The 1966 Milton Barnes House. We don't have an architect for this one, but it may also be eligible for its association with Milton Barnes, who was one of the co-litigants in the 1963 Simpkins versus Moses Cone case. The 1973 house at South Benbow Road. The 1968 Windsor Community Center was designed by Charles M. Graves in Atlanta. This one may also be eligible under Criterion A for African-American ethnic heritage and recreation. The 1970 St. Matthew's United Methodist Church was designed by Edward Jenkins. This one may also be eligible under the National Register for Criterion A for African-American ethnic heritage in the area of social history. This is, if you remember from the very beginning, the oldest African-American congregation in Greensboro that was relocated when Warnersville was demolished. And the 1976 Metropolitan United Methodist Church. You have any questions about any of those?
I have a question from, I guess, earlier on. This is, I know you kept mentioning the connection with A&T and Bennett College, but they are, because they have their own national registers. I know Bennett has its own national register status. Is that why it's outside?
Well, our survey, the survey project was specifically residential neighborhoods. So I think this is the main area that grew up because of the schools, but we did not look at the schools.
And the other thing is that St. Matthew's is the founding church for Bennett College. Warnersville, when it was Warnersville Warnersville Methodist, Bennett College was founded in the basement of the church. And so there's a direct direct connection between Bennett College and St. Matthew's. And the other just kind of anecdotal thing is that Katherine Johnson's daughter went to Bennett and also lives within that Goral Street area. Just as a FYI, she moved back to North Carolina to after just spending a time elsewhere, but she's so there's a little historical connection there with our NASA folks. Like a fun fact.
I think there's probably a lot of connections that we just didn't get to, and then I'm really hoping when the National Register, when those districts get written, that a lot more of the residents and the history of the people will get flushed out.
Yeah, so her name is Catherine Moore, so she'd have reflections.
Oops.
Oh. Dr. Denard, you're muted.
Mute myself, yeah. Now, can you hear me? Heather?
Yes.
Okay. I saw the references at the back that you listed, the architectural survey of African American neighborhoods in East and Southeast Greensboro. My general question is, how closely did you work with any of the historians in that area? For example, I mean, some of the history faculty at A&T.
So we worked, the city of Greensboro had a committee that they had already put together that had some city staff, staff from the Historical Museum, staff from Preservation Greensboro, and some of the locals, residents from the neighborhood. And they were the ones that put the project together before we even got it, that worked with Beth to do the grant. We had plans to go to the archives at A&T and at Bennett when we went back in April to collect our last round of stuff and to do the interviews. We had coordinated with the Historical Museum that they were going to record and archive the oral histories so that they could be used beyond our project. And then it just couldn't happen. So we were really fortunate that one of the local residents from that committee did an extensive phone interview with Miltrine Jenkins Barden, who was Edward Jenkins, the architect, his daughter. So we have a pretty lengthy interview from her about growing up in the neighborhood, but we weren't able to do more than that. We had big plans.
Okay. Were you successful in making any contact with Henry and Shirley Fry?
I didn't make contact with them directly. Once everything shut down, we mostly went through our neighborhood contacts because we felt we would have a better response coming from the folks in the neighborhood than from me just calling out of the blue and cold calling people.
Okay.
So the oral history component of this project is really the part that we missed out on because of COVID.
We were really fortunate to be able to do one public meeting in February before everything shut down. The city of Greensboro held it. And Heather, what church did we meet at?
It was at St. James on Ross Avenue.
We met at that church in the broader neighborhood, and it was a really good turnout. Was it maybe about 3 or 4 hours long that people filtered in and out? So there was a lot of good feedback from the community then. And so I was so glad that we got to do that at least before things shut down for the most part.
And there's been a fair amount of press coverage on this project from the very beginning. So it is well known in Greensboro and in the neighborhood that it was happening. So we just didn't get to do all the things we wanted to do.
A question, do you think any of the oral histories might be able to be done virtually at some point?
I think potentially. I mean, our original goal, we had it all set up with the museum, is that then they would have them in a way that was really easily archived and in a way that was accessible to everyone. So we have an audio recording of the one main interview that we did, but I'm not sure how to make that accessible to folks. I mean, we can send it to the archives, or to the Greensboro Historical Museum. So I think we're all just hoping that this project will keep going, and that when things start to reopen, that oral history part, that the museum has committed to sort of facilitating that if and when it can happen again. And they have some interns from A&T that they would put on it.
That was my next question, yeah.
Okay. When Heather, when you say keep going, what's the possible time period for this? I mean, when would you like to, bring an end to it as opposed to just having it go on and on and on and on? Yeah.
Well, and that's sort of up to the city to decide. But even in the very beginnings of this, they had this committee that formed to propose this survey project. And as early as those first public meetings, the city really feels like this is the first step in something that's long overdue. And so they are, I mean, I can't really speak for the city, but they are committed to following through with some of these historic districts and some of these larger projects. So it's a matter of that committee that formed this project is still meeting. And so hopefully they will come up with what are the next steps
Yeah.
to keep the project
Do
moving
you,
forward.
are you familiar with the composition of that committee in terms of its ethnic makeup?
It is probably about 75% white, but that is because they have the representatives from the planning department and the Historical Museum and Preservation Greensboro. But they do have members of the neighborhood. So I think as they move into further phases, I would hope that they would get more members of the neighborhood involved. But they had, of about 10 people, 10 or 12 people, I think there were 3 or 4 African Americans in the original committee. So I only met with them once. So
yeah.
Dr. Johnson again, I would also suggest getting connected with the archives at Bennett College. I know it's kind of tricky, but I'm just thinking about folks, other folks who would have information other than the Greensboro Museum, and also beloved community with the Johnsons, Nelson, and Joyce, I think it's Joyce. Well, Dr. Johnson and Reverend Nelson Johnson have long roots in the community, have connections to Warnersville and other connections in that very area, and would have another deep history that would be useful, and they're easy to access through the beloved community. And that's right on Arlington and right there, right past Martin Luther King.
Okay.
To give you just an idea, it's walking distance from Bennett. So that would be, so thank you.
thank you.
One quick minor note, Heather. You showed the Windsor Community Center. The city's going through a planning process for that park right now, and I believe it's scheduled to be demolished as part of that.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I'm glad we documented it at least.
I was going to ask whether or not with the city, if there were sort of movements on the local level for like local districts.
That's a question for the planning department at the city. I don't know. And I don't know that they would pursue that unless the neighborhood wanted it.
Right. Yeah. Any other questions for Heather?
Dr. McGill, this is Ramona. I'd just like to make the comment that this kind of effort has led to some local designations. There's one in the works for the Oak Lawn Historic District in Charlotte that we might remember from previous meetings. So, this certainly is the path.
Did we lose her?
I think she's frozen.
Yeah. Ramona, we lost you. I don't know if you can hear us.
Sorry, things froze up right as I started speaking. Can you hear me now?
You're still breaking up. You're muted.
I seem to have some connectivity issues, bad timing there. I'm not sure what y'all had heard of what I'd said. I saw Dr. Holmes' brothers nodding her head, and I think Oak Lawn I might have gotten out before the connectivity. You all might remember Oak Lawn is one we saw in the past in Charlotte, and it is going through a local designation process as a local historic district. So this process that we're going through right now for study lists would certainly start to connect the dots, so to speak, for that kind of effort locally if there's the local desire for that. So.
Yeah, that's great. That's kind of what I was wondering, and that might help to incorporate the kinds of community members and activists that Dr. Dennard and Dr. Johnson are talking about. So, yeah.
And just as a reminder too, as this goes to the National Register, I would think there would be a great deal of local individual property owner interest, because depending on the number count, there may have to be there may have to be some everyone signing off on it or extent.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any more?
And you, yes, my broad concern at this point is not that we can't do a good job, and I certainly appreciate what Heather is doing and all of that. But as a historian, American historian, and an African American historian, I really am concerned about as much inclusion as possible when you are looking at, these neighborhoods that have been looked at from an external. So much of our history, you see, has been written from a Eurocentric perspective. And it didn't include the Afrocentric perspective. And we want to combine as much of that as possible so that we can, cut off some of these systemic roots, I mean, we have been, I know, from an African-American historian's perspective, that we have been studied, from the point of 1619 by folk who didn't necessarily always understand us. And it didn't mean that they were malicious, but they just didn't understand us. And we've been working to change that by saying, if you're going to do a study of an African village, as outsiders, then try to involve those African subjects as much as possible, because they know something about the traditions in that village. Religious practices, housing structures, and all of that outsiders do not know about. And when you are doing this survey, if you don't involve certain individuals, you may not be able to reach the Henry Frys and the Shirley Frys and the others and all of that, because they won't, they won't get involved. Whether it's the COVID-19 or something else, Okay, so with a committee, even from the city level, that is about 70% white. I think this is what Heather is saying. That concerns me at this point in 2020, especially since we're studying a neighborhood as rich in history as Greensboro. Okay, that's my just little concern here.
Yeah, I echo. I think that was what I was in part getting at. I echo Dr. Denard's concern, because I've spent a considerable amount of time as faculty at Bennett College, and so I'm aware of some of those dynamics. And even just now, they are in the midst of doing city reconciliation work, because it's been so fraught with negative racial dynamics that haven't been resolved. And so I would very much echo, reach out to me or to the African American Heritage Commission to help you with getting more of that access to those insiders and the people who live in the neighborhood, so that they don't have the feeling of being studied and not being collaborators.
I will say Dr. Johnson and Dr. Denard point out, real problem in the whole field of preservation. And I don't know exactly what to do to expand our field of consultants and expand the diversity of people who are interested in doing historic preservation. But that's a huge problem, I think, throughout the whole profession of architectural history.
And if I could add, it's a great opportunity. My connectivity, Dr. Miguel, how's my connectivity now? Okay. Dr. Denard, your comments are very welcome. Dr. Johnson, likewise. And it's an opportunity for us to make sure that the nomination, as it moves forward, is as rich and all-inclusive and as comprehensive, because it is an extraordinary story that landscape, that neighborhood, and the people who have resided there and continue to reside there give to our state's history. So your comments are very appreciated and very much taken in.
It was a humbling project for sure to see what people accomplish more in 1 year of their lives than I think I've done in 40 plus. So, and Dr. Denard, I wanted to let you know, I got a message while we were talking that Chad Roberts, one of the men on the committee who's from the neighborhood, is going to be in touch with you.
Okay, good, thanks.
I'm glad that we're having this conversation and that it's public and we're documenting it. And I don't know how, if this is out of the realm of possibilities, but I know that we have training on an annual basis, and perhaps we could have a conversation of sorts. I don't know if we can have a conversation in our training, but perhaps what kinds of community engagement goes on through the National Register process could be something that I think I would certainly like to know more about as a committee member, and to think about this on the broad scale of historic preservation. And maybe have visitors from the African American Heritage Commission participate. I don't know, I'm making suggestions and throwing things out there. So I apologize if I'm out of turn.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good suggestion, because you've got folk here on this committee who've got deep ties and connections into this history, and who can get you to all of the preservation folk to the appropriate places. As Ramona says, this is an opportunity. And we just are emphasizing, use us to get a richer, fuller understanding.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Green Book project would be a really great one to sort of learn from how that's been working and the engagements there. So I don't have any questions, just thoughts. Well, do we have additional questions or concerns or comments for Heather about the Greensboro African American survey? Well, Heather, you have one more survey presentation for us, correct?
I do. Right. I don't know if you wanted to do your vote on those study list properties first before we do the next batch.
Yeah, let's do that since we've had so much discussion, and then I know that's a little out of what we've been doing, but let's do that, and then we can move on to your other presentation. So we will do. Well, first, is there a motion to approve the study list recommendations from Heather on the Greensboro African American neighborhoods and properties?
I'll vote approval contingent on these, these discussions that we've had, that they will not just kind of fall by the wayside, because this is a work in progress. So I think a lot of good work has been done, and I'm willing to, vote approval of what's been done, but we can still amend this work and, make the necessary changes that we need to make.
Everyone, I would just like to remind everyone that we take seriously the advice of Dr. Denard and Dr. Johnson, and they are absolutely correct. But this is a study list, so that means it has been put on a list to be studied, which means that we will now begin the in-depth study, which means we will form those groups with the community. We will ask professional historians from Bennett and A&T to join us in the process. This is really, I guess, the second step in a process leading to a national register nomination that we will take to the federal government. And because this is an extremely important community for the entire state of North Carolina, we're going to insist upon a very in-depth, structure by structure report, because I suspect while we are doing architectural history and historic preservation, we are going to uncover stories that will go beyond historic preservation and probably inform all sorts of other projects that our department will be involved in.
Correct.
Great.
So did we second?
Do we have a second?
Dr. Brothers, I'll second.
Dr. Brothers is seconded. We're going to go through our list. Alicia McGill, I vote yes, enthusiastically to move forward and expand. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Thank you. Valerie Johnson.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Aye.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen.
Absolutely, yes. And I do hope I'm still on this committee when we get the NR round of it, but.
Oh, I know, yeah. And Mary Lynn Bryan. Great, thank you. So the motion passes. And thank you so much to Heather for the presentation and processing all of the feedback and conversation. Heather, we're ready for your second presentation on Wake Forest.
Okay. All right. The primary goal of this survey was to document buildings and neighborhoods from 1958 to 1975 to ensure that all historic resources within the town have been surveyed for appropriate consideration during planning and development activities. The oldest sections of Wake Forest were surveyed in 1978, and sections of the town have been surveyed as part of a variety of survey projects over the years. This project built on a 2008 survey that documented resources within the Wake Forest town limits and filled in gaps in the survey by focusing on those properties constructed prior to 1958 that were not documented in any of the previous surveys. That survey primarily identified African-American resources in the East End and planned mid-20th century housing developments. This survey focused on planned developments that were either platted or largely built between 1958 and 75, representative and outstanding examples of mid-20th century architecture, and also prioritized mid-century resources adjacent to the Wake Forest National Register Historic District. Using coded maps provided by the town, surveyors identified and surveyed 64 individual buildings, including updating survey records for 6 buildings, 9 neighborhoods, 4 of which were partially documented in 2008, and it documented 4 public or institutional housing complexes. Like Greensboro, fieldwork took place in February and March. However, in mid-March, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in closures. The town of Wake Forest issued letters to affected property owners requesting that they take and submit digital interior photos to the consultant, and in all but one case, photos were obtained. While the population of Wake Forest declined in the 1950s with the relocation of Wake Forest College in 1956, new residents moved to the Wake Forest area in large numbers during the 1960s and 70s, many taking advantage of job opportunities in Raleigh. As a result, at least 10 new residential developments were built from the 1950s through the 1970s. Most mid-century development in Wake Forest occurred in neighborhoods just outside of the city limits, or as clusters of ranch houses located along major thoroughfares leading into and out of town, like South Main Street. Let me get my mouse. South Main Street here, Waite Avenue, and Durham Road. The earliest neighborhoods were gridded, though irregularities occurred as the neighborhood planners navigated natural features and irregular tracts of land. Later neighborhoods were set out using Olmstedian principles, including curvilinear streets, large lots with deep setbacks, and the retention of mature tree canopies. Constructed mostly east and south of downtown, the neighborhoods were largely built out with ranch houses, though several include split level, modernist style, or other variations on late 20th century residential architecture. Many of the earliest subdivisions platted in the 1950s and documented in the 2008 survey were not fully developed until the 1960s or early 1970s. A large neighborhood south of town, near the intersection of South Main Street and Capitol Boulevard, reads as a single development but was platted as 3 separate subdivisions: Home Gardens in 1953, W.G. Mangum in 1960, and Green Acres in 1966. Loosely gridded, the 3 developments intersect each other at irregular angles. Houses in Mangum and Green Acres largely date from 1960 to 1976, reflecting the growing population of the town during those decades. Home Gardens developed much more slowly, with the southwest end not developed until the 20-teens. Similarly, on the eastern border of the town limits, Brewer Circle was platted in 1954. The plat was organized around a circular drive, and early development was focused along North Allen and Waite Avenue. The most impressive houses are side-gabled and hip-roofed ranch houses on large lots set well back from the north side of Waite Avenue, and that's these down here. Most with attached carports, though the interior of the development contains more modest housing, and the north part of Carroll Street was developed much later and extended to form a separate, much denser early 21st century neighborhood. Unlike developments platted in the 50s, those platted in the 1960s had more compact periods of development. The adjacent Windsor Park and Spring Valley developments, platted in 1960 and 61, are located south of town and extend east from South Main Street, with modest ranch houses constructed primarily between 1964 and 1978. The 1964 Cardinal Hills subdivision, extending south from Waite Avenue, is characterized by wide lots, deep housing setbacks, and mature pine trees. The small scale of the neighborhood and the dead end and cul-de-sac streets at its south make for little traffic and quiet streets. Ranch houses were constructed between 1965 and 75 with brick veneers and colonial revival style detailing. Later plats of Sparrow, Nuthatch, and the 300 block of Mockingbird all date to the 1980s. The subdivisions of the 1970s continued earlier trends in neighborhood development, with either long streets from which short dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs extended, or loop roads around which the lots are organized. Pineview Estates, platted in 4 sections from 1969 to 1976, illustrates the former. Extending west from South Main Street, the development has 2 long east-west streets from which shorter dead-end streets extend. It includes 66 houses, most constructed from 1970 to 1981, predominantly 1-story side-gabled ranch houses with colonial revival detailing. Platted in 1969, the Wake Forest Country Club development is located northwest of downtown and just south of the Wake Forest Country Club and Golf Course that opened in 1967. The development includes 20 parcels arranged around a loop road accessed from Capitol Boulevard. 15 of the 20 houses were in the development date from 1972 to 1980 and are largely 1-story brick ranches. Oakwood Estates was platted in 3 sections from 1970 to 76 and includes lots arranged around a circular drive that extend north from Durham Road. 35 houses were constructed in the neighborhood before 1980 and include 1-story side-gabled ranch houses, colonial revival style houses, split level and split foyer houses, and a number of contemporary shed-roofed houses. So all of these neighborhoods are really too young to be considered for the National Register at this point. Although there was broad interest in municipal low-income housing for many years, this did not come to fruition until the 1960s. 27 units for white residents were built in 1962 on West Oak and West Chestnut Avenues, which is this top right photo, followed by 25 units for African-American residents constructed on North White Street in 1968. A third public housing complex, originally named Massey Apartments, was completed in 1974 and later renamed New Hope Village. This development, located on North Allen Road and built after the Civil Rights Act of 1968, was never segregated. Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary, too, expanded its housing during this time. In 1958, soon after their relocation to the Wake Forest College campus, the seminary began construction of 25 duplexes on a large wooded lot west of the campus on the north side of Stadium Drive. The following year, construction began on 50 additional duplexes located to the west on Stadium Drive, Judson Drive, and Rice Circle, about half of which were ready for occupancy by the 1959-60 school year. In total, the two-part development included 88 duplexes constructed from 1958 to 75. The complex catered to married students with families, so its amenities included a playground and baseball fields. There are 4 individual properties being recommended for the study list and 2 historic districts. And I will note that the 2 churches that we're recommending were not actually from the 1958 to 75 time period, but they were African-American churches that Michelle at the city wanted us to take a closer look at. The first property is the Thomas J. Byrne House, which appears eligible for the National Register under criterion C for architecture. Built in 1950, the one-story side-gabled modernist style house is located at the northwest corner of Pineview and Woodland Drives, southwest of the Wake Forest College campus. Designed by Raleigh architect Owen Franklin Smith, the architectural plans are dated March of 1950 and illustrate a roughly T-shaped plan with an offset side-gabled garage wing on the right north end. The house is an early example of modernism in northern Wake County and the only extant example of 1950s modernism in Wake Forest. Further, the house illustrates the early work of Smith, who received a degree in architecture from NC State in 1939 and worked under several well-known local architects until starting his own practice in 1946. Best known for his design of schools and commercial buildings, including the North Carolina Farm Bureau building on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh, the Byrne House is one of only a handful of extant residential designs by Smith, and designed in 1950 is one of his earliest residential designs. The house features a one-story side-gabled form with a gabled wing extending from the center of the rear elevation to form a T-plan. While the form and aluminum siding are typical of ranch housing, the configuration of the windows is distinctly modern. The paired and triple one-light metal frame casement windows have shared transoms, and the resulting windows are in turn grouped to create wide expanses of glass. Fireplaces in the living room and den have plain rectangular chimneys just behind the main ridge line of the roof that are tied together and have a shared flat roof chimney cap, creating the image of a single broad chimney. An entrance bay near the center of the facade has a solid door with a 4-light side light. An inset screen porch is located at the left rear corner of the building with a door from the porch opening to the den. An uncovered deck at the rear is accessed. Hold on one second. Phone call now. Out. Kids home on Zoom. An inset entrance bay near the center of the facade has a solid door with a wide 4-light side light. An inset screen porch is located off the left rear corner of the building with a door opening to a den. An uncovered deck at the rear is accessed by the master bedroom and is screened by a sided half wall. The interior of the house also retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Its original plan and many original features include wood paneled walls, wood built-ins and cabinetry, bathroom tile and fixtures, white linoleum floor in the kitchen, accented by colorful squares, and a half-round built-in banquette seating area in the kitchen. The house may also be eligible under criterion B for its association with Thomas Byrne, though more research is needed to explore Byrne's local significance. A Baltimore native, Byrne relocated to Wake Forest in 1937 to play baseball for Wake Forest College. In 1943, he began a career in Major League Baseball. And in November of 1949, Byrne purchased a parcel of land on Pineview Drive near his alma mater and commissioned Owen Franklin Smith to design a home for the site. Upon retiring from baseball, Byrne returned to Wake Forest in 1957. He was involved in several local business ventures, most notably the creation of the Wake Forest Country Club. Byrne's influences in business carried over to the civil servant sector, where he served on the town board for 8 years prior to serving 2 terms as a mayor from 1973 to 1987. The house stands on a 1.24 acre tract that features mature trees in the front and south yards. The boundary should include the entire parcel historically associated with the house, and the period of significance is 1950, the year of construction. The William and Barbara Mushler House appears eligible for the National Register under criterion C for architecture. Built in 1973, this one-story side-gabled split-level house is a rare example of modernist design in Wake Forest. Nestled within the trees on the north side of Country Club Drive, the house is one of the oldest houses in the Wake Forest Country Club development, platted in 1969. While a number of the ranch houses in the neighborhood have modernist detailing, the Mushler House has a modernist form as well. While we don't know the architect, it was designed for William and Barbara Mushler, who purchased the lot in 1973. The dramatic slope of the shed roof two-car carport on the front of the house differentiates it from the more typical ranch and colonial revival style houses in the neighborhood. The house has deep eaves, vertical wood board and batten above a brick wainscot, and an interior brick chimney serving back-to-back fireplaces on both levels of the house. As was typical with modernist designs, the windows are relegated to the side and rear elevations, placed to take advantage of natural views while affording the residents privacy from the street. The facade is devoid of fenestration with the exception of the 32-panel door with one light side light and transom windows that extend all the way up to the roof line. The left 1/3 of the facade is obscured by the shed roof two-car carport. The site drops down to the rear, exposing a walkout basement with glassed-in sunroom that projects into the yard. Tall fixed windows and one light French doors on the west gable end open from the dining room to a wood deck that wraps around the northwest corner of the building. The interior of the house also retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Its original plan and many original features, including exposed wood ceiling trusses, board and batten interior sheathing, hardwood floors, and brick paved floors on basement level. The exterior is landscaped with a circular drive edged with plantings. At the rear of the house are brick patios, brick and gravel paths, and landscaped gardens overlooking a wooded area and the Wake Forest Country Club golf course to the north. The boundary should include the entire 0.91 acre parcel, and the period of significance is circa 1973, the date of construction. The Olive Branch Baptist Church and Cemetery appear eligible for the National Register under criterion A for African American ethnic heritage, specifically as they relate to the exploration, settlement, and social history of the East End community from emancipation through the Civil Rights era. The Olive Branch Baptist Church, formed in 1865, was the pivotal social institution around which the African American settlement in Northeast Wake Forest, the current day East End neighborhood, formed. The property meets criteria consideration A for religious properties because the property derives its significance from its association with the exploration, settlement, and social history of the African American community in East End, and not for its particular religious association. The cornerstone of the current church building indicates that the church was organized in 1865, and it appears to have initially shared a facility with the white Wake Forest Baptist Church, located on the campus of Wake Forest College, now Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. According to a church history published in 1989, during these years, the white minister preached to the whites in the morning and to the blacks in the afternoon. Church histories indicate that the current site was obtained for a church in 1879. However, a November 1869 deed conveys an approximate 1 acre lot standing, quote, about half a mile east from Wake Forest College, being the lot on which the Olive Branch Church now stands. This deed indicates that the church on the current site was as early as 1869. An associated cemetery is located southwest of the church and forms the northeast corner of the larger Wake Forest Cemetery. While the majority of graves are unmarked, the oldest graves likely date to the 1860s. Another historically African American cemetery is located to the southeast, though its association with the church is not documented. Black communities frequently formed around Black institutions, and the East End neighborhood is no exception. Its formation is indicative of the significance of the Olive Branch Baptist Church in the early settlement of the area. The East End neighborhood, with extant houses dating primarily from the early through the mid-20th century, grew northeast, east, and southeast from the church. The tracks of the Raleigh and Gaston Railroad, constructed in 1840, extend just 1 block west of the church and form a physical boundary between the African American development and the established white community north of the Wake Forest College campus. While streets in the area are arranged in a loose grid, the grid is irregular and intersections don't always line up, indicating inorganic rather than fully planned development. In the late 19th century, the segregated African-American community was home to many of the town's formerly enslaved Black population, many of whom worked in town and at the college in positions as domestic servants or as laborers for the railroad, industries, mills, and shops. A Black commercial district formed adjacent to the white-dominated downtown, while other stores and businesses operated throughout the neighborhood. The community was served by its own funeral homes, midwives, electricians, plumbers, salons, and barbershops. The East End neighborhood was not annexed into the town of Wake Forest until 1977, at which time the streets were still unpaved and some residents still utilized privies and septic tanks that often leaked into homes and yards. Following annexation, the town utilized various grants to improve housing, extend water and sewer lines, and pave the streets. The Olive Branch Baptist Church is also significant for its contributions to the social history of the African-American East End neighborhood. The church, like most late 19th and earliest 20th century African-American churches, served as a community center, hosting community meetings and actively working to establish schools in the area. As noted in the 1869 deed, there was a freedmen's school associated with the church from its very early years. In addition to hosting a school associated with the church, the members of the Olive Branch Baptist Church were instrumental in establishing a public school in the East End neighborhood in the 1920s. The first public school for African-American children was located across Taylor Street at the site of today's Alston-Massenburg Center and operated until the 1920s. In 1924, the church purchased a 4-acre lot to the northeast and sought a grant from the Rosenwald Fund to build a 7-teacher type school known as the Wake Forest Graded School. The school, later renamed the W.E.B. Du Bois School, was completed in 1926 and served children through 7th grade until 1929, when an 8th grade was added. Located at the southwest corner of East Juniper and North Taylor, the Olive Branch Baptist Church remains an anchor of the African-American community in Northeast Wake Forest, both physically and socially. It's located on a mixed-use block with residences side by side with a barbershop and funeral home. The current sanctuary was completed in 1955 after the second church burned in February of 1954. It has a brick veneer and flush eaves, characteristic of post-World War II construction, and minimal colonial revival style detailing. Paired slab doors on the facade have a classical surround with broken pediment. The entrance is sheltered by a wide front gabled portico supported by vinyl columns and likely added in the 1980s. The entrance is flanked by leaded glass stained glass windows. A 3-part steeple added in October of 1980 is located near the north end of the front gabled roof. The 1-story with basement side gabled wing at the rear creates a T-plan, and that wing houses classrooms, offices, bathrooms, a kitchen, and a fellowship hall. The interior of the church retains its original plan and minimal interior detailing typical of its 1950s construction. The boundary should include the entire 2.02 acre parcel currently associated with the church, as well as any portions of the associated cemetery that fall outside of that parcel. A tentative period of significance that extends from 1955, the construction of the current sanctuary, to 1977, when the East End community was annexed into Wake Forest, is proposed. However, if it's found that the adjacent cemetery and the 1955 sanctuary have equal significance, an earlier period of significance that encompasses the earliest known graves would be appropriate. And I should note that we didn't survey the cemetery as part of this, so we don't actually know right now where the boundaries of the African-American part of the cemetery are, which is why it's a dotted line. The Friendship Chapel Baptist Church and Cemetery appear eligible for the National Register under criterion A for religion and for African-American ethnic heritage, specifically as it relates to the social history of the African-American community in Forestville from emancipation through the Civil Rights era. Formally organized in 1867, the church was a pivotal religious and social institution for African-Americans in the Forestville area and farms of white slave-owning families. Throughout the South, enslaved people worshiped and celebrated life events such as Christian holidays, birthdays, deaths, and marriages outdoors in brush arbors, on white-owned farms and plantations, often in secret and at night. The origins of the Friendship Chapel Baptist Church date to the 1840s, when the enslaved African Americans in the Forestville area conducted secret worship services. An early cemetery is located at the site of the brush arbor, and you can see that on the far right end of the map. on what was historically the Dunn family plantation, approximately 0.4 miles east of the 1929 sanctuary. Few inscribed grave markers remain, though local tradition suggests the church's founding and leading members are buried there. Existing markers are predominantly field stones, though commercially made and handmade markers are also present. The cemetery was thoroughly documented with ground penetrating radar in 2017, prior to its designation as a local landmark. That documentation provided evidence of 567 burials, including a single mass grave that is believed to hold victims of the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. However, the site contains areas that were too steep or rocky to survey and likely hold additional graves. The cemetery remained in use until the late 1940s or early 1950s when it was deemed full, after which all burials took place in a second cemetery begun in the 1920s just north of the 1929 sanctuary. After emancipation, Northern missionaries from the Baptist, Methodist, and African Methodist Episcopal Zion denominations traveled throughout the South, encouraging the establishment of independent Black churches, and many formerly enslaved people found their own congregations. From 1965 to 1967, some Blacks were allowed to attend services at Forestville Baptist Church, a white Baptist church congregation established in 1859. And you can see that is already on the National Register, just a little ways away. Oral tradition passed down through both congregations affirmed that both Black and white congregants worshiped at the Forestville Baptist, although in a segregated manner with African Americans relegated to an interior balcony, not an uncommon arrangement at the time. Despite this arrangement, many chose instead to continue worship outdoors under the brush arbor. It is said that during a revival meeting in 1866, Nelson Ligon was so moved by the Spirit that he jumped from the gallery into the white audience, an incident that led to the founding of the Friendship Chapel Baptist Church in 1867. The church's significance for the National Register can be evaluated using an MPDF created for rural Black churches in Tennessee. Establishment of the church represents the beginning of organized religion for African Americans in Forestville, making it eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for religion. The social history of the African American community in Forestville, specifically from the Jim Crow through the Civil Rights eras, can be told through the lens of Friendship Chapel Baptist Church. Throughout the South, Black churches were most often the location of meetings involving Black politics and movement for civil rights and suffrage, but were perhaps even more important as nurturing centers for African American identity. The continuation of the Friendship Chapel Baptist Church into the 21st century is indicative of the significant association of the church with the development, practice, and enhancement of religion in the Black community in Forestville. The 20th century Friendship Chapel Baptist Church was dedicated in May of 1929, replacing a number of earlier log and frame structures on the site, constructed between 1867 and 1890. A cemetery north of the 1929 sanctuary dates to the 1920s and is still in use today. Paired doors on the facade are sheltered by a front gable portico constructed in 1985. A bell tower atop the entrance has been covered with vinyl but retains its flared pyramidal roof. The sanctuary retains double-hung windows, flanking the doors and extending along the north and south elevations, each with a 6-light upper sash with muntins arranged to form a pointed arch. The lower sashes are standard 2-light sashes, both have milky stained glass panes. A lower 1-story hip roof at the rear, which you can see here, was constructed before 1959. The 1-story with basement side gabled education wing was built in 1992 and extends from the north end of the rear wing. The interior of the church retains a barrel vaulted ceiling laid with flush wide boards. Original woodwork includes paired 5-panel doors between the foyer and sanctuary, original window surrounds, and a chair rail that extends around the sanctuary. A raised platform at the east end is accessed by stairs, and doors from each side of the platform access the 1-story wing to the rear. Located 0.2 miles east of South Main Street and the center of Forestville, the sanctuary is oriented to face west toward Forestville. Friendship Chapel Road extends along the south side of the building and continues to the site of a former farmstead, about 1/10 of a mile east of the church. So this is that farmstead, and this is where the road ends. While the paved road does not continue, a roadbed extends to the north end of the earlier cemetery. The boundary should include approximately 3.9 acres of the larger 13-acre parcel currently associated with the church. So the church owns all of this right now. The L-shaped track includes trees that flank the front walkway to the church, the immediate surroundings and landscaping, and the 20th century cemetery associated with the church. A modern sanctuary dedicated in 2000 stands west of the historic building with paved parking surrounding it. The 19th century Friendship Chapel Cemetery stands approximately 1/2 mile east of the church on a non-contiguous parcel. The designation of non-contiguous parcels does not preclude the resources from being listed with a single nomination because they share a common history and because the parcels were historically never connected. A tentative period of significance that extends from 1929, the construction of the current sanctuary, to 1970 is proposed. However, if additional research during the nomination finds that the 19th century cemetery and the 1929 sanctuary have equal significance, an earlier period of significance that encompasses the earliest known graves would be appropriate. The property meets criteria consideration A for religious properties because the property derives its significance from its association with the religious and social history of the African American community in Forestville, and not for its specific religious association. The 2003 Wake Forest National Register Historic District included 229 primary resources that formed the 19th and early 20th century core of the town of Wake Forest. It included the institutional buildings associated with Wake Forest College, residences of college faculty and staff, houses of townspeople, churches, and commercial buildings. The district was listed under criterion A for its educational significance as a college town associated with the Wake Forest Institute. It was also significant under criterion C for architecture. That period of significance extended from circa 1820 to 1953, 50 years prior to the nomination of the district. However, throughout the mid-1950s, housing was constructed to address the lingering housing shortages that occurred after World War II. More than 15 houses were constructed within the existing district boundary by 1955, and several areas immediately adjacent to the district saw continuous development through the mid-1950s, with approximately 19 houses in the proposed boundary increase constructed between 1940 and 1956. The population and demographics of Wake Forest changed significantly as a result of the relocation of Wake Forest College to Winston-Salem in 1956. While construction both within the historic district and in the proposed boundary increase came to a near halt between 1956 and 1960, the area quickly recovered with construction resuming by 1960. While the student population had dropped from more than 2,000 students at Wake Forest College in 1949 to only 575 students at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary by 1963, the student body was vastly different, with graduate level single and married students, some with families, replacing the predominantly single undergraduate population. Thus, while the total population of students decreased, the need for off-campus family housing increased. The seminary itself constructed a total of 88 duplexes to house the students. Further, while not constructed specifically for students, an additional 20 houses were built in areas immediately adjacent to the historic district between 1960 and 1974. All that is to say that even though the college left, the town kept growing. There are 4 areas in particular that illustrate the continued growth and development of the town of Wake Forest around the college campus through at least the 1960s. Northwest of the district is a mid-20th century residential development along North Wingate. I'm sorry, you can't read these maps very well. This is North Wingate. West Juniper and Rock Springs Road. Houses are largely brick ranch houses on large wooded lots, while the area has a more suburban feel than the early 20th century houses within the district boundary to its east. The streets are laid out as a continuation of the existing street grid, and setbacks are consistent throughout the area. Additionally, land to the northeast has been developed, which you can see up here, with curvilinear subdivisions and houses dating largely to the 1980s and 90s, these subdivisions forming a clear boundary to the mid-20th century residential development. Along the west boundary of the district, separated from the oldest part of the campus by several institutional buildings, is the institutional housing constructed by the Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary and the Paschal Golf Club constructed by Wake Forest College. A collection of 30 1- and 2-story brick duplexes were constructed from 1959 to 1975 to house the largely married student population and their families. The 1917 Paschal Golf Club, this is the clubhouse, and this is all of the golf course that you can see. The 1917 Paschal Golf Club is a significant landscape associated with the earlier college and the adjacent houses within the Wake Forest Historic District and associated with the faculty of the college. Both resources illustrate the continued construction and use of college seminary related resources through the mid-20th century. Southwest of the district is a mid-20th century residential development along Woodland Drive, which goes here, Rayburn Avenue, South Wingate Street, and Vernon. Woodland Drive and Rayburn Avenue were extended to this area in the 1940s, with the earliest houses on these blocks constructed during the housing shortage that followed World War II. Vernon Park, platted in 1925 to include land on the south side of Vernon Avenue, remained largely undeveloped until the 1950s. Houses in both areas are largely minimal traditional style houses and brick ranch houses with lot sizes on Woodland Drive consistent with the adjacent parts of the historic district. Lots on the remaining streets are typically large wooded lots with uneven terrain that slopes down to the south and east away from the college and the historic district. Like boundary increase A, the areas have a more suburban feel than the early 20th century houses within the district boundary to its north and east. However, the streets are laid out as a continuation of the existing streets within the district, and setbacks are consistent throughout the area. Additionally, land to the south and west, that you can see all in here, has been developed with curvilinear subdivisions with houses built from the 1980s through the early 2000s. Those subdivisions form a clear boundary to the mid-20th century residential development. The Wake Forest Historic District boundary increase is significant under criterion C for architecture. The expansion area includes a significant collection of mid-20th century residential resources, illustrating the continued growth of Wake Forest throughout the mid-20th century, despite the relocation of Wake Forest College. The period of significance extends from 1917, the date of Paschal Golf Club, to circa 1975 to include residential development adjacent to the Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary and associated with its population growth. Approximately 40 buildings within the existing historic district were constructed after 1950 and were thus considered non-contributing to the district. Of these, at least 15 were constructed in the 1950s. And an additional 11 houses within the district were built between 1958 and 65, justifying an extension of the period of significance through an additional documentation to the existing district. The Windsor Park Historic District appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for community planning and development and Criterion C for architecture. While the population of Wake Forest declined in the 50s with the relocation of the college, new residents moved to the Wake Forest area in large numbers during the 60s and 70s. Windsor Park is the most intact development from the 1950s through the 70s and retains the highest material integrity of all of the post-World War II residential suburbs that were completed by the early 1970s. Located immediately south of the Forestville community, so you can see the Forestville Baptist Church is right up here. This is the Forestville, this is the Friendship Chapel rather, and this is the Windsor Park neighborhood. Windsor Park was platted in 1960 as a middle-class white curvilinear subdivision. During the Depression, Papa K. Marshall bought up several small farms south of town, and in 1960, Marshall platted a neighborhood of 95 lots arranged along curvilinear streets, bisecting the roughly triangular piece of land. Like most post-World War II automobile-oriented developments, the subdivision has paved streets but lacks sidewalks. The lots, most of which measure roughly 50 feet wide and 200 feet deep, were intentionally narrow and meant to be combined. The result is approximately 44 home sites, each with modest ranch houses with consistent deep setbacks, grassy lawns, and paved or gravel driveways leading to open carports. There are few mature trees along the street front of the properties, but many within the interior of the lots. Houses throughout Windsor Park are small, side-gabled or hip-roofed ranch houses constructed speculatively, and most built between 1961 and 1972. The ranch house was popular nationwide in the 1950s, particularly for middle-class white families. The houses in Windsor Park are predominantly 4 or 5 bays wide with brick veneers, double hung windows, picture windows adjacent to the entrances, and open carports. Material alterations include vinyl windows, metal roofs, and in some cases, enclosed or enlarged carports. However, these alterations do not detract from the significance of the district. The period of significance extends from 1960, when the neighborhood was platted, to 1972, when the majority of the subdivision was built out. The boundary follows the 1960 plat of the subdivision, excluding later and altered houses in the 14 and 1500 blocks of South Main Street. And that is all that I have for you.
Thanks, Heather. Any questions or comments? All right. Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations for the study listing of the properties presented in the Wake Forest survey?
So moved, Matt Jorgensen.
Thank you, Matt. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded.
Mary Lynn Bryan.
Oh, Mary Lynn got it. I don't know if she's gotten one in yet, so we'll let Mary Lynn go on the record for this one.
All right, Mary Lynn seconded. All right, we'll take our roll call vote. I vote yay. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Thank you. Valerie Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Aye.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Deathridge.
Aye.
Tamara Brothers.
Aye.
David Denard.
Aye.
And I think that's everyone. So the motion passes. And I think, I know we still have several study list presentations. I think it would be worthwhile for us to take a short 5-minute break.
Yes.
And so let's come back at, would technically be 3:38. So let's try to come back at 3:38. And we'll see you all in a few minutes. Thanks. And so we'll have Jen give us the Winston-Salem Historic District presentation.
Had to remember to unmute myself. Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint slide? Yes, okay, excellent. I'm going to try to condense this as much as I can. The first study list property we have from the Central Southeast region is the Downtown Winston-Salem Historic District. Just some brief background for everyone. In the 1980s, there was a much larger Downtown Historic District proposed. That was not listed due to majority owner objection. Since that time, there was a Downtown North Historic District listed in 2002, which was argued separately with different significance and rendered the DOE area null and void. So we're starting fresh. This is a clean slate. So we have a new study list proposal for Downtown Winston-Salem Historic District. And it includes some of the earlier areas, you know, that folks had hoped to list, but also, since there's been passage of time, some mid-century resources as well. And this district benefits from the inclusion of many individually listed in our properties that anchor several areas. This is just a map to demonstrate that history that I mentioned earlier. So this study list proposal, it centers along the West 4th Street core, the commercial area, radiating out to some of the government buildings on the southeast side, as well as up to the northwest. It's characterized by its high concentration of high-style commercial and institutional buildings that represent the city's core industries, which we all know. There's approximately 70 resources, and a high percentage of them are contributing. The proposed period significance, both the period significance, obviously, and the boundaries would be refined at the actual National Register stage with additional study, but tentatively about 1882 to the mid 70s, depending on when this comes forward, or if exceptional significance is shown. It's proposed for the study list as potentially eligible under criterion A on the area of commerce, C in the area of architecture. We've got several prominent local and national architects and several popular styles represented. As I mentioned, there are several previously in our listed properties inside the boundary, individually listed. There are also several properties that were study listed in the early 1980s that may be grabbed in here. And this just illustrates, if you can see my cursor, in blue, where some of these individually listed properties are here along this 4th Street core that serve as anchors in this district. And in green then, these are showing study list, formerly study listed properties. Those are from HPO Web. All right, so I'm just going to run through the potential boundary for this district. Just give a very general idea of the character of the architecture and the integrity. So as you enter on the west side at 4th Street, the reason we're starting over here, most of the stuff up here is parking lots. And so we really get started on this node at the west end of 4th Street with the Bullock Nash in 1928 two-story Renaissance Revival building. Continuing east in the 500 block of West 4th Street, we have the individually listed Morris Early Furniture Store. And then continuing east in the 400 block of West 4th Street, we have the individually listed Gilmer Building, as well as the Spruce Street YMCA, also individually listed on this side over here. And this is looking across the street on the north side. And continuing down 4th Street, here's an idea of the character of the buildings. We have here 2-story commercial, some nice examples throughout of brickwork, a lot of consistent upper story storefronts, some changes on the 1st floor level. And we have a corner building here that appears to be new and would be non-contributing. Pivoting back around though, across from that, you can see the 1928 Carolina Theater and Hotel. That's shown on the right. Behind that building is the 1926 Journal and Sentinel building, which was one of those study listed properties I showed you. And here we're looking east on 4th as you cross Marshall Street. On the right, you can see the 1926 Neeson building, which is an individually listed National Register property. And that individual nomination does expand later to include this as well. This is also the Neeson building because it's very hard to see from the ground. So here's a little Google view. And across from this, we have on 4th Street, the Chatham Block. It's an interesting 2-story stripped classicism example from the 30s. It housed Montaldo's famous women's clothing franchise. North of 4th at Cherry, it excludes this area because there's been demolition and there is new construction up there, the Marriott, so that's out. Continuing from Cherry, looking down on 4th Street. Okay, and in this area on the south side, you see some of these red areas. We've got demolition and a little change here. The corner block looks great, good stuff here, and a little new construction here. So what I'm going to show you next is an area right here where the proposed boundary kind of jogs up. So that's that new building I just showed you. And we have sort of a park-like area, but there were historically buildings in here. This is the Pepper building. It's individually listed, as is this one. This is, I believe, the O'Hanlon. This was demolished after part of it collapsed in 2000. Just to give you an idea, that's that building right there. So that open space you saw historically did have these buildings in here, and it's changed, and that's why it is not currently proposed inside that study list boundary. All right, now we're looking at the individually listed Pepper building and the north side of 4th between Cherry and Trade down here. Continuing on that north side, you'll see another area here where we have some changes and would likely be non-contributing, which we left off right here. Continuing, we see some good examples of Black Modillions here. Really interesting storefront on this one. We've got Deco represented. And we're coming all the way down to the corner here of 4th and Trade. It would include this node up north on Trade over to the Oddfellows building. This is just a view of the same corner from 1969. Oddfellows building is out here. And again, here we're actually on Trade at the Oddfellows building. We're looking back down the street, back towards that CVS on the corner. So right in here. Continuing eastward, and then on this corner here with Liberty, we have 2 individually listed buildings anchoring the O'Hanlon. as well as on the other side, the Pepper. And then we're looking up Liberty Street here at these buildings, and this on the bottom right is just a close-up of that area. As you get to the east end of 4th Street, we have a cluster of individually National Register listed anchors, including the Reynolds Building, Wachovia, the Forsyth County Courthouse, and the Wachovia Bank and Trust over here. There again is the Wachovia Bank and Trust circa 1915. So we're reaching out into the 60s here and potentially in the early 70s, grabbing some of that modern architecture. Now at the southeast end, as I mentioned earlier, there is what I'm calling a government node. From 1937 to 76, there was a campaign to build several brutalist style government buildings. And here's some detail of the brutalist architecture. So circling back around from that government node here, they're proposing to pick up some mid-century architecture with this Presbyterian church. And coming back to the northwest area that branches off of 4th Street up there, we are looking at West 5th at North Marshall. We have 1974 construction here. And then the Winston-Salem Journal expanding all the way up here towards 5th. That's where this line is here for now. You'll see another non-contributing property here. What we have is the GMAC or I'm probably going to say it wrong, the Intigan Life building. This was the earlier mid-century portion, and it was demolished earlier this year from what we can tell. But this is from the 80s, so that's why you see the red here. All right, and then if possible, we've got some of those study listed properties, and research will tell us if we can grab this. We've got 1925 First Baptist Church, and over here we have 1930 Centenary Methodist, and then we have the Southwest Bell Communication building here, and a few other things of similar vintage. You get up beyond any of this, you're getting into places that were straight for parking, and it really doesn't hold together further out. And so that's how the boundary is defined over on this side. Okay, and so that's just a close-up of the proposed historic district, which we would recommend for study listing, potentially eligible under criterion A and C. And I will take any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Jen?
Is there concerns about owner objection again?
Not at this time. It was really, there's a lot more interest in tax credits, I would say, and that it seems to be demonstrated as a benefit over the last decade or so in North Carolina. And I think that owners are getting more information on the benefits of the National Register rather than misinformation about drawbacks that don't exist. So I think obviously there would be a lot of education conducted by the city, but at this time, I think there's a pretty good feeling that folks are hungry for a historic district in downtown here.
I have to say locally, there's a lot of support for it outside the downtown, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of people refer to that 1980s as a bloodbath in that district. And some of those people who led that charge are still active downtown and have a lot of influence. I think it'd be great to do it. I just know there's still going to be resistance from some of those people. So
Sure.
we can have time at this time and get the real story out.
Yeah, I can't get into specifics, but the consultant indicated someone she spoke to about this was originally one of the naysayers, so to speak, but has had, sort of an enlightenment, if you will, So
Any other questions? No? All right. Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations for the downtown Winston-Salem Historic District for the study list?
I move to approve it. This is David Bergstone.
Thank you, David.
I would
Matt
love to
Jorgensen,
second
I'll
it.
second.
Did I beat you?
I think Terry beat Matt. Yeah, so Terry seconds. All right, we'll go through our roll call here. I vote yay. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Thank you. Valerie Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Aye.
Thank you. Tamara Brothers.
Aye.
Matt Jorgensen.
Aye.
David Denard.
Aye.
And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the motion carries. And we will now move on to Sarah's presentation of the Sloan Porter House. And Dr. Brothers, you can just leave us. I think you can just leave us now because I think we probably won't get to the vote beforehand. So
Okay, all right, thank you.
thank you for being here today.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. The Sloan Porter House is located in Mecklenburg County on the western side of the county. And I think we all know where Mecklenburg County is.
Mhm.
There's the house on Walker's Ferry Road, and then the house stands on a 1 acre tract, which would likely be its National Register boundary. Between 1775 and 1803, Alexander Porter assembled holdings of nearly 500 acres at the confluence of Paw Creek and the Catawba River. He built this house at some point before he wrote his will in 1827, and our records and the local landmark report date the house variously in the early 1800s, so I've just applied a circa 1810 date. The core of the house is log. Log houses have rarely survived in Mecklenburg County, and this is only one of, I think they're down to 8 known 2-story log houses. But the original house was really thoroughly remodeled in the 19th century, and for the purposes of the study list and a potential subsequent nomination, its significance lies in the fact that it's a surviving example of a late 19th century farmhouse that retains a really high degree of architectural integrity rather than for the older log section. This makes the house different from some altered houses we've looked at lately, and it actually helps to illustrate how a house can be remodeled into something that is significant in its second form versus some houses we've looked at recently that were altered but less completely, so that they weren't good examples of either the original house or of the style or form that it was partially remodeled to. The house and the farm passed to Alexander's children, but by the time his grandchildren inherited it after the Civil War, multiple heirs were disagreeing about its future, and it ended up in a court-ordered sale. In 1871, at that sale, Alexander Porter's great-grandson, George Watson Sloan, and his wife, Nancy James Smith Sloan, won the house at that auction. Then in the late 1880s or 1890s, they undertook a really comprehensive remodeling. So this slide shows the floor plan when the current owners purchased it. And the red outlines the brick, the log walls that are still there. It originally had 2 front doors. It was a hall parlor plan. And the original staircase was probably here, and it was probably an enclosed winder staircase. So this is using the plan of the house as it currently is, with the original log hall parlor core highlighted in blue. Then the Sloans added the green, the T-wing, and then a separate kitchen and dining room. And then at some point, it's a little bit unclear to me when, but a connection was created to connect the kitchen and dining room to the main block. And then in the 30s, this red section is described in the local landmark designation as a shed addition. It looks kind of like a porch enclosure to me, but in any case, that change was made in the 1930s. The current owners have undertaken a really respectful and careful restoration. They removed an interior wall here, and then they had to. You'll see in the photographs, this wall was starting to sag, and they removed a section of wall here and the length of this wall and reconstructed it. And then back here in this connection, they added a few walls in here to create some new spaces. And so then this is the floor plan of the house now, with the wall gone and some new walls added in here. So we'll just take a little tour of the outside. This is the front. This highlights the original hall parlor part. This is pre-restoration, and you can see how this back wall is not doing so great. Here's the front door with a nice late 19th century front door. The drop siding, the German siding was added during the remodeling. And you can see where the German siding is under the porch, and then the weatherboards here, and a detail of the porch posts from the late 19th century. A quick look at the log structure. This is the stair hall. This stair hall space was originally one of the rooms in the hall parlor plan. This is the other original room in the hall parlor plan, and you can see the fireplace, the same fireplace here, and this gives you a little sense of the late 19th century form, with sort of the tall, narrow mantelpiece. Although the mantelpiece itself dates from the remodeling, but the scale, the tallness and narrowness of it, combined with the 9/6 windows, are really kind of the only real references to the earlier version of the house. This is a before and after restoration of one of the rooms in the T wing. This is one of the original back doors to the log house that was covered over during the connection of the main block to the dining and kitchen wing. Here you can see where the little portion, about half, say a little, is more than a little, portion of the back wall, and then the side wall of the L. This is one of the upstairs bedrooms and another upstairs bedroom. There are not a lot of great comparable examples for this house. This is the Cooper log house, which dates from 1790 and has frame additions.
Yeah.
Probably a better comparable example is the Walter Farr Craven house, which was listed in 1991. And it's a very similar house. This house was built as is. This is not a remodeled house, an earlier house remodeled. It's a late 19th century house with the T plan, and probably the best comparable example. But in short, staff recommends the Porter Sloan house for the study list under criterion C for its architecture and its good integrity as a rural farmhouse in Mecklenburg County.
Thanks. Any questions for Sarah?
Sarah, there is another about 15 miles away on Highway 16 that unfortunately just got covered up with aluminum siding. That is the funeral home in Denver, North Carolina, the Howard House. It is not on the National Register, though.
All right, I will let the homeowner know that that he can share that with the consultant if they move forward with a nomination.
Any other comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations to place the Sloan Porter House on the study list?
So moved.
Was that Fred? Yeah, thanks. All right, is there a second?
I'll second. This is Valerie, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Valerie Johnson. All right, let's go into our roll call vote. I vote yay. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Yep.
Kristen Baldwin Deathridge.
Aye.
You. Matt Jorgensen, are you with us?
Yep, I'm here and I say yes.
Thank you. David Denard.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. The motion carries. And we will move on to our last presentation for the Central Southeastern region from Hannah Beckman Black.
Okay. So, let's see, hold on. There we go. Okay, so I have one study list presentation for you all today, and that is the Reeves Chapel, which was previously surveyed by our office as the Reeves Chapel AME Zion Church. It is located in Northeast Brunswick County, close to Wilmington, which is right here. And it is within the town limits of Navassa, in an area that was historically the African-American community of Cedar Hill, established by formerly enslaved people from the Cedar Hill Plantation, which was located just south of Navassa near Leland. The chapel, which was the center of the Cedar Hill community, was likely constructed in the late 1800s along the Cape Fear River, but moved inland to its current location in the 1910s or 1920s by the congregation. There doesn't appear to be much left that represents this early period of this community, and Cedar Hill was annexed into the town of Navassa in 2001. The rear of the church retains a circa 1940 choir loft, and in the 1970s, a small partition was made at the front of the church for indoor restrooms. There is a small active cemetery on the property that contains 11 burials according to the applicant, but there might be more burials that are unmarked. And the church is also connected to the Gullah Geechee heritage in northern Brunswick County, as many of the local Gullah Geechee residents attended Reeves Chapel. The chapel was determined eligible for the National Register through our environmental review process in 1994, and these photos and this site plan come from the report. It was found to be significant under criterion A for social history as a locally significant rare remaining landmark that served the historically African-American rural crossroads community of Cedar Hill. And it was also determined to be eligible under criterion C for architecture as a locally significant vernacular frame church with Gothic revival detailing. The property owners were interested in applying for an emergency supplemental preservation fund grant through our office, and a requirement for that program is that any properties not listed in the National Register need to have a preliminary determination of eligibility, or a PDOE, submitted and approved by the National Park Service. And while the grant application was never ultimately submitted, the National Park Service still reviewed and approved the PDOE, confirming that Reeves Chapel remains eligible despite deterioration to both the exterior and interior materials. So this is what the chapel looked like pre-stabilization. I believe the stabilization happened within the past year. As you can see, it was in a state of disrepair, in danger of collapse, kind of leaning to one side. And then this is what it looks like after the stabilization. The bell and the corner tower were removed and will be repaired and put back in place once the rehabilitation takes place. And you can see that the tower is being stored off to the side over here in this photo. Here is a close-up of the bell and the tower. On the other side elevation, the chimney was removed and the damaged area was boarded up. And on the interior, before stabilization, there was extensive later wood paneling and carpeting covering the walls and ceiling and floors. And after the stabilization, all of that was removed, or during the stabilization, all of that was removed, and the wooden beadboard sheathing and wainscot was exposed, as well as wood flooring. And you can also see the pointed arch window frames. In all, in accordance with the recent formal determination of eligibility from the National Park Service, Historic Preservation Office staff recommends Reeves Chapel for the state study list, likely eligible under criterion A for social history and African American ethnic heritage, as well as criterion C for architecture.
Thanks, Hannah. Any questions or comments for Hannah?
You know, I'm gonna have to comment.
Sure.
I am really excited about this. It is heartbreaking to see the deterioration, but if the rehabilitation work can be done, this is it will help us with the interpretation of Gullah Geechee culture in North Carolina. Navassa definitely is connected. It's a part of the corridor. And as a descendant, I'm saying, yes, we've got to, because it'll bring out more of the folks who are part of this Gullah Geechee diaspora. And I think it's important for us to lay that claim as North Carolina, because we're the northernmost point of the Gullah Geechee Nation.
Well, thank you. Kristen.
I don't know if you can see me. I have a question. Yeah. I absolutely support this, but as a procedural question, with the Park Service determination in hand already, would we be able to reject it if we wanted to? I don't want to, but is this a formality? I guess is what I'm asking. Just in thinking about these cases in the future. Again, I do support this, but.
Right. I assume that you all could reject it if you felt, but then again, I don't know why you would.
Yeah.
If the National Park Service already.
I'll remind everybody that this is the National Register Advisory Committee, and what this committee is charged with is bringing multiple perspectives onto the nomination that we then send forward to the Park Service. So your decision stands separate from the Park Service decision, but your decision, while it's taken into account by the National Park Service, they have the final decision. The idea here is sometimes you will bring up information that will actually often you bring up information that helps them make the decision.
Dr. McGill, if I could add to Dr. Cherry's very on-point comment, that this relates back to our earlier commentary regarding the survey in Greensboro, that there's always perspectives that this committee, being statewide of various disciplines, can always offer. And I think it's very notable that we do have sort of a favorable view of this property already by the National Park Service. But that's sort of like 2 + 2 = 4. We already have the 4. The role here for Dr. Cherry as a State Historic Preservation Officer and this committee is to help provide the 2 + 2 along with those who are going to draft the ultimate nomination. So making sure we show our work, that's important also from a state law perspective, because we have our study list process. So I hope that helps with the good question Dr. Baldwin Dethridge asked.
Yeah, it does. That helps in both cases, and that's what I suspected. But I was surprised that the Park Service went ahead and supported this. I would have supported it either way. So I just wanted to kind of, especially since this is being broadcast in a way that our meetings usually aren't, just kind of wanted to make sure we were all on the same page on that point. Much appreciated.
Well, Kristen, I am happy that you raised that question. I am a little new to this committee, And I was wondering if we accept everything, you know, that comes before the committee. What's the depth of perspective on, because I mean, I understand what Dr. Johnson just said about the Gullah Geechee, and I'm familiar with them from Georgia, South Carolina, and we're just really beginning to understand their reach into North Carolina, you know, even up as far as, you know, Belhaven. I knew they extended up to Wilmington and all of that, but now this church is in bad shape. You know, I mean, and that's not to say we can't restore it, Dr. Johnson, and if we can, let's do it. But I wanted to make sure that we don't get into this mode of thinking that everything that comes before us, you know, has to be passed, and we have to accept it. You know, some fish we may need to throw back and say this is, you know, this is not useful for preservation or any other reason. That's my cantankerous side. Okay, but the historian side of me said, well, let's preserve all of this history. Let's preserve, but we know that it's impossible because I'm down here in Eastern North Carolina, and sometime every barn, you know, folk want to save it, you know, out in the hinterlands, you know, everything that's old is not necessarily worth saving. It doesn't necessarily have any historical significance, you know. And that's what we have to tell these collectors, you know, when they just collect junk, you know, and think that you can turn it into a museum. You have to throw some of the old plows away. Okay, but I would support that we we accept this and do whatever we can, but I must admit that it looked like it's in really bad shape, Dr. Johnson.
I understand, but yes, we do throw the fish back. In my first sojourn on the committee, I did see rejections, not just from the committee's perspective, but the staff really do a thorough job in saying when they recommend whether we should keep something or not. And I've seen them say no to enough things to know that we don't accept everything.
Okay.
I'll also point out that when individuals or organizations or communities contact our office initially to want to put things on the National Register, conversations with staff sometimes lead those individuals, communities, and organizations to decide, well, maybe our building is not eligible. So a lot of questions, a lot of potential projects get weeded out in the initial discussion phase, so that truly by the time they get this far, they are far along in being looked at and studied and that sort of thing. And a lot fall by the wayside before they come to the committee.
Okay.
If I can add one thing to speak to your to your statement, which is well taken, Dr. Denard. The National Register Bulletin, in our process of evaluating things like this, first we are looking for significance, and is it significance within a particular context? And then does it have integrity? Is it intact? Is all the historic integrity intact? Yes, no. If it's not, at that point, they want you to find comparative properties to assess, does this represent, you know, something that isn't perhaps represented elsewhere? How does it compare to other examples that also represent the context? Where does it, you know, where does it rise up to? In some of these cases, these resources are just few and far between due to certain circumstances over time. Few things are left that represent the significant context. And therefore you may see, you'll notice perhaps more leeway in integrity, because there's really nothing else out there. I don't know if that helps put it into the way that we focus on these things, but I think
Uh,
that's what we're
yes.
saying here.
Yeah, yes. All of this will help me to develop this this depth of perspective that I need as a newcomer to this committee. Okay, thanks.
I think that Dr. Denard, it also helps us all remember that this is a living body, right? And that's important for us to sort of revisit all of our perspectives. So thank you. I always appreciate the conversations that we have among each other, but also with staff to sort of point out, well, should we think about setting precedent here, or have we, or so. That said, do we have a motion to approve?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I've been waiting for an opportunity to ask one question. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very boring question after all this discussion. I was not clear on one thing, and that is, you mentioned, Hannah, you mentioned a roughly 19-teens, 1920s move. Was that the building was physically moved, or the congregation moved there and built that building?
The building was physically moved.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions? All right. So do we have a motion? I kind of feel like Dr. Johnson almost made a motion to approve staff recommendations to put the Reeves Chapel on the state study list.
So moved.
Thank you. A second.
I will second it.
Excellent.
Dr. Johnson.
Yay.
Dr. Denard. All right, let's go through our roll call. Alicia McGill, I vote yay. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Thank you. Valerie David Bergstone.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Aye.
Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Aye.
Thank you. Matt Jorgensen.
Aye.
And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion passes, and we will move on to our last set of study list presentations from Annie McDonald in the Western region. You're muted.
Just so you know, my presentations this afternoon will take about as long as my National Register presentations this morning. So hopefully not too long for you, and we will be out shortly after 4:30.
I love your presentations. You take your time.
Thank you. Okay, so the first study list application for the Western region is for the Owl Spa Cotton Mill, also known locally as the Millersville Cotton Mill. Located in south central Alexander County, the mill was preceded by an earlier Owl Spa cotton mill built in the mid-19th century to the southeast of the county seat of Taylorsville, near the intersection of the Lower Little River and Owl Spa Dam Road. The earlier mill and log dam were lost in the flood of 1916. The dam that remained.
Annie?
Yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're not showing a presentation.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Thank you. Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. I think that might be because I had to hop off and hop back on due to some technical difficulties. Thank you, Matt. Okay. Gosh. Okay. Back from the beginning. So the first study list is Owl Spa Mill.
I'm still
Are you
not
still seeing it?
seeing it.
No.
No.
Share screen. Here we go. Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Normally I know
we.
Awesome. Okay. That's not the right one.
Yep.
No, that isn't either.
This is the right one. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing the Owl Spa Cotton Mill? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm just going to zip through South Central Alexander County. Look, there's the earlier mill southwest of Taylorsville. It was located farther upriver on the lower Little River. That's the site of that earlier mill and the site of the log dam, both of which were washed away in 1916 in the flood. So the dam that remains was built in 1921 to provide electricity to the town of Taylorsville. Now, the Allspaw family built this mill, and while it was still operational, sold it and built a second mill in 1897 to the southeast of the original and downstream on the lower Little River. The Allspaw family operated that mill for the next 20 years before selling the enterprise to J.A. Miller, who lent his name to the community that developed around the mill. And this is the site of the current Allspaw cotton mill, which is also known as the Millersville Cotton Mill. There's J.A. Miller, Jr., who acquired the property in 1917, and then by the mid-20th century, it was operated by Rhodes and Whitener. So there's a mill village or remnants of a mill village to the north of the Allspaw Cotton Mill on the west side of Route 16. The dwellings have been substantially altered and are too distant from the mill to be included in this study list designation. The mill and associated resources occupy 2 tax parcels totaling 7.9 acres in single ownership. The original alignment of Route 16 brought it between the mill and the powerhouse and dam, as illustrated by this historic photo. According to a newspaper account, the 1897 mill was expanded in 1907. The building is largely unchanged from its appearance in the mid-20th century. And although it's very difficult to photograph because of extensive overgrowth, it's clear that it has experienced very few, if any, of the common late 20th century alterations that we see on mills across the state. Few windows have been infilled and no modern era additions have been constructed on the exterior. The interior retains an unbelievably high degree of integrity with the original open plan, construction features, and finishes evident throughout. And here are just a couple of other slides of the interior. The 3 associated resources on the property include this outstanding water tower, the original powerhouse, and the dam. It's important to note that as part of the Piedmont, Alexander County's economy was heavily agrarian with numerous textile mills. During the first quarter of the 20th century, roughly 20% of the county's agriculture was in cotton. Allspaw is one of 6 known textile mills that survived into the late 20th century. Located northeast of downtown Taylorsville, the Taylorsville Cotton Mill was established in 1907 and placed on the study list in 1984, when the main mill building was still extant, shown here by the larger building footprint in the USGS map. While a portion of the Taylorsville Cotton Mill complex remains, this building is only a remnant of the much larger facility. To the southeast of the Taylorsville Cotton Mill is the site of the circa 1923 North State Cotton Mill, which also featured a small mill village to the north. The electrical substation, which drew power from the North State Dam on the lower Little River, remains. The mill village has been cleared from the landscape, and all that remains of the North State Mill after it burned in 1984 is a portion of the much larger building that I suspect is probably a warehouse. Located upriver from the original Allspaw Mill, the Moore Cotton Mill at Lyledown was constructed circa 1895, so roughly contemporary to the Allspaw Mill. And while I don't have current photographs of the property, aerial imagery suggests that the Moore Cotton Mill remains in good condition with a high degree of integrity. Organized in 1907, the Stony Point Manufacturing Company was the first of 2 textile mills in the unincorporated community of Stony Point in eastern Alexander County. While extant, the Stony Point Manufacturing Company has experienced several alterations and additions, and many, if not most, of the windows have been infilled. Organized in 1920, the Watts Spinning Company is located just a short distance from Stony Point Manufacturing, and it too has experienced numerous additions, in part because the property remains in industrial use. And here's the property today. The Allspaw Cotton Mill appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places under criterion A for its local significance in the area of industry and under criterion C for its architectural significance as a highly intact example of a textile mill in Alexander County. And staff recommends placing the Allspaw Cotton Mill on the National Register study list. I want to give a quick shout out to Alexander County Economic Development staffer Connie Kincaid, who prepared the study list application that was very thorough with a lot more information than we normally get. So closing out the day is something I'm ridiculously excited to present. It's the study list application for the North Wilkesboro Speedway, which was prepared by Carter Finch, who is working with the nonprofit group Save the Speedway. Located in central Wilkes County, just east of North Wilkesboro along US 421, the Speedway was designed and funded by Enoch Staley, Charlie Combs, Lawson Curry, and John Maston, and constructed in 1945. Staley and Maston had previously attended races in nearby Mount Airy and Spartanburg, South Carolina. Funding challenges in the first year resulted in the unique feature of the half-mile track having a downhill front stretch and an uphill back stretch. During the first years of racing, the track was fairly Spartan, with few amenities for the drivers or the fans. Stockade fences were built around the turns to keep the cars on the track. For the first 2 years, fans watched from the grassy infield, which served as a large parking area. The track owners converted a chicken house to a ticket office in 1946, and you'll see a photo of that later. And they added the concrete grandstand and the front stretch concrete wall in 1947. The shelter over the back of the grandstand was added in the 1950s or 1960s, but then removed for the construction of the suites and press boxes that you'll see momentarily beginning in the late 1960s. The track predates the 1947 formation of NASCAR, and the track owners were influential in the development of the sanctioning body. North Wilkesboro was one of 9 tracks on the first NASCAR Strictly Stock Series schedule in 1949. The early success and popularity of the track was due in part to its location in the Piedmont region, where manufacturing jobs largely overtook agricultural work in the mid-20th century. The increasing popularity of stock car racing paralleled the burgeoning middle class that arose from manufacturing. Among the most successful drivers at the North Wilkesboro Speedway was Junior Johnson. A native of nearby Wilkes County community of Rhonda, Johnson ran moonshine as a teenager and a young man in the 1940s and 1950s. He drove his brother's moonshine car in a 1949 race, recalling that most of the drivers in that race at Speedway were bootleggers. Johnson ultimately won 50 races in the NASCAR Grand National Division, with 18 of those wins at North Wilkesboro. The North Wilkesboro Speedway hosted 93 Grand National Division races during its operation, and after the death of Enoch Staley closed in 1996. The Speedway experienced a brief revival from 2009 to 2011. This 1970s postcard shows that 3 of the suites and press boxes had been built, with others to come in the late 70s and 80s. Today, the resources of the North Wilkesboro Speedway occupy a 43.4 acre parcel. Instead of identifying potentially contributing and non-contributing resources, I'll be showing you those that are at least 50 years old and those that are more or less than 50 years old. And I'll explain why later. 18 resources at the North Wilkesboro, 8 resources at the North Wilkesboro Speedway are at least 50 years old. The first of the historic features on the property is the 1945 track that was expanded from 1/2 mile to 5/8 of a mile circa 1950, and then paved in 1957. Here you can get a good sense of that downhill profile of the front stretch, which is a unique feature still lauded by drivers and race fans. This is the ticket office that had been converted from a chicken coop in the 1940s, and an administrative office was later built onto the back of the ticket office. The first grandstand and front stretch concrete wall were both added in 1947. Above the grandstand is the first of the suites, the start finish line suite that was added in the late 1960s. The infield concession stand was added circa 1960, and in the background is the building housing the Tyson and Holly Farms and Lowe's Suites, which was built in the 1980s. Shown here are two elevations of the scoring stand, which dates to the 1960s. And this is the TV building in Enoch Staley's apartment, which was built circa 1970. 16 individual resources or groups of resources are less than 50 years old. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly run through these buildings and structures. Here again is the Tyson and Holly Farms and Lowe's Suites in the background. The suites and press boxes added from the late 70s through the 80s are circled here in red. The current flag stand is the third to be constructed. The original was wood and located in the infield. It was replaced in the 1960s with a metal frame flag stand, very similar to this one, which replaced it in the 1970s. The newer grandstand, which was erected in phases beginning in the 1980s, with the first section on the right of this image, wraps around the first and second turns and terminates on the back stretch. This section of seating was built in the 1990s. In the foreground is the garage, which was added in the 1980s. And this set of suites was built in the 1990s at the same time or shortly after the last section of grandstand. The scoring tower was added in the 1980s, and the Goodyear and Hoosier tire buildings, circled here in red, date to the tire wars of the 1990s. This is the 1980s Victory Lane building, and this storage building dates to the 1980s. The North Wilkesboro Speedway appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places under criterion A for significance in the area of entertainment and recreation for its role in the development of NASCAR, particularly in the strictly stock, later named the Grand National or Cup Series circuit from 1949 to 1996. Now at this stage, we don't typically discuss the period of significance or the matter of exceptional significance and criteria consideration G for properties that gained significance less than 50 years ago. We don't normally do this at the study list. When we can clearly demonstrate significance more than 50 years ago. But while discussing the Speedway with HPO staff a couple weeks ago, the potential for a claim of special significance came up. The North Wilkesboro Speedway is especially significant in North Carolina as perhaps the most intact of historic NASCAR tracks in the state. Now, fully 2/3 of the resources on the property are less than 50 years old, but they were added to perpetuate the track's use. Particularly, if these buildings and structures may still be considered contributing, depending on the final period of significance, which is something that we would need to discuss internally, possibly with our reviewers at the National Park Service and with the nomination sponsor and preparer, should a nomination ultimately be prepared for the property. We also don't typically discuss level of significance, and most of what we designate or even list on the National Register is locally significant. We don't consider statewide significance or national significance for probably 90% or more of the resources that we list. But it's entirely possible that the North Wilkesboro Speedway may be significant at the statewide level or possibly at the national level. And again, that's another discussion that we'll be having later when a nomination is prepared. And staff recommends placing the North Wilkesboro Speedway on the National Register study list. And to end on a fun popular culture note, those of you with little ones may recognize features of the North Wilkesboro Speedway in Cars 3, where it was the inspiration for the Thomasville Speedway. And again, I want to give a huge thank you to Carter Finch, who prepared an absolutely outstanding study list application for this. And I will entertain any questions you may have.
Dr. McGill, may I make 2 comments, both about Annie's presentations, about these properties?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. One is Alexander County probably has the fewest National Register listings of any county in North Carolina. For a long time, it was just the museum at Hiddenite, and then it became the roller mill that some of you may have seen in the last couple of years, which Annie presented. So the more we can foster some preservation through the National Register and the study list process in Alexander County, so much the better, in my opinion. Secondly, just as a reminder, it's been almost 20 years now, but there is the Okinichi Speedway in Hillsborough is listed on the National Register as well in relation to the Wilkesboro. So this is not, it's a pioneer tract, but it's not a pioneer interest in this kind of NASCAR history in North Carolina. So thank you.
Thanks. Comments or questions for Annie about either presentation? Nope. All right. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve staff recommendations for the Allspa Cotton Mill and the Speedway, the North Wilkesboro Speedway, is recommended by staff for the state study list?
So moved. Kristen Baldwin Deathridge.
Okay, we have Kristen Baldwin Deathridge as and then a second from, was that David Bergstone?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's move on to our vote here. Alicia McGill, aye. Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Thank you. Valerie Johnson.
Aye.
Terry Russ.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Matt Jorgensen, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, and I say aye.
Great, thank you. David Denard.
Aye.
Great. And Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes, by all means.
Awesome. Thank you. So the motion passes. Any other last minute business that we need to attend to?
I can just thank everyone for staying so engaged through what's been a marathon day. And that's true of both the committee members and HPO staff. So my deepest gratitude.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Motion to adjourn from Matt Jorgensen.
I will second that. Terry
I
Russ.
need a second.
Oh, all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. See you all in February.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. McGill. Very good.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.